Namaskaram Dharamji, Mala Kapadia.
Namaskar.
Namaskar. Look forward to listening to you.
Same here.
Nara sir, you can start now.
Yeah. Namaste. Welcome to the conference on Hinduism and modern psychology. This is part of our series of conferences on various topics. The most recent conference was on Hindu aesthetics, and we are going to have another conference related to aesthetics itself. We are going to have a conference on Hindu art, architecture, and artisans after this conference. This is just to show you how we actually take up topics of different interest, different focus areas. INDICA Academy is, we call it a non-traditional university for traditional studies. It is a university that runs almost virtually all the time. We conduct conferences, workshops, we encourage fellowships, guided book research, publications. We publish books of value for Indic orientation. We have three words that we use. Preservation, under which we preserve traditional knowledge, and protection, under which we counter the attacks on our tradition. Promotion, through which we want to propagate the existing knowledge among the present generation and cater it to the society, disseminate the knowledge, and encourage people to become cultural entrepreneurs and take forward our culture among the public. And as part of that, we have many different units and platforms through which we work. For example, we have Center for Soft Power, we have INDICA Yoga. We recently started an INDICA Yoga textual research wing, and recently we also started an INDICA Classical Library, from which we want to publish translations of important Sanskrit and other classical works from India. And we have an INDICA courses platform through which we cater online courses on different topics of Indic interest. And if you visit our website, INDICA Academy website, you would know how much area is being covered and how many different activities are being taken up by us. We have taken up this particular conference, Hinduism and Modern Psychology Conference, particularly at a time when, fortunately, mainstream university courses on psychology are picking up in India. I'm happy and proud to share with you that when we started at Pune as part of MIT ADP University, a school called MIT School of Vedic Sciences, MIT SPS. And as part of that, as the first course there, we started a course on what is called as integral psychology. And that course was designed to have three streams. As usual, as in India it happens, three majors are provided in the undergraduate course with two language courses. So for 2 language courses, we wanted to have English and Sanskrit. And for the subject field discipline courses, we had Vedic psychology as one of the streams, modern psychology and sociology with a Vedic component of 30% as another stream. And at that time, when we started this course, we were almost the pioneers in starting such a course. By that time, we knew that there was a website which was almost dormant, but the resources on that website were all active. That was called Indian Psychology website, and it was called Indian Psychology Institute also, ISI. And that was actually a result of work of great pioneers like Professor Anand Paranjape and others. And there was a lot of Sri Aurobindo inspired consciousness studies component in that website and in that activity. What we did while starting the course on Vedic psychology at MIT School of Vedic Sciences is we added many other components that were not added earlier. For example, we included Ayurveda and the mind wellness component. And we added a course on Sankhya. Vedanta we added, but as you know, it was always Vedanta that was discussed in the name of consciousness studies. Vedanta was already being studied. So we did not remove that, we included Vedanta. And we took another care while introducing Vedanta. What we did was we wanted to make Vedanta a non-sectarian Vedanta. So when we introduced Vedanta, we did not want it to be either Advaita Vedanta or Dvaita Vedanta or Vishishtadvaita Vedanta. Vedanta per se is introduced, and then the student is made aware of these divisions, schools of thought like Dvaita, Advaita, and Vishishtadvaita, and the psychological import from those various schools is also introduced. Prasthanatraya is introduced in that. And then we added the yoga. This is also one of the old components of Hindu psychology that is being incorporated everywhere in the discussions on Hinduism and modern psychology. Yoga was always there. Actually, in fact, we told the parents coming for admissions that yoga is already being used for psychology teaching as part of psychology practice and teaching both. But what we do is give a more authentic teaching on yoga. And we added components like psychology of language, which covers mostly Vakyapadiyam and cognitive linguistic psychology from Vakyapadiyam. And we included psychology of aesthetics, which is, for example, psychology of rasa, psychology of emotions as part of rasa, and all that aesthetics related psychology. For example, aesthetic disability in some people. For example, if someone is not able to get rasa in a movie, if somebody is not able to get emotional ecstasy while watching a Hollywood movie in an American movie hall. Why? Others are able to get that ecstasy. This man is not able to get that ecstasy. Abhinava Gupta gives reasons for that. Abhinava Gupta gives 7 reasons for why someone doesn't get ecstasy, rasa ecstasy. So all such components have been included, aesthetics related psychology, and we included psychology from literature. Actually, literature, the authors of literary works bring out their psychological observations through literature. And not just written literature, even folk tales and fairy tales have been studied from the point of view of psychology. For example, Jung uses the word psychological literature and visionary literature, and archetypal study is a well-known method of study of literature. So we included that. And we included particularly the Itihasas and Puranas. How Itihasas and Puranas are a treasure of psychological study that was included. So this is a more comprehensive course on Hindu sources, Vedic sources of psychology, and we recently started a postgraduate course also based on the undergraduate course so that our students continue to postgraduate courses. And then we saw that Chinmaya University at Cochin also started courses on psychology, though they call it just a course on general psychology itself, but it is as is expected from a university like Chinmaya. It is also a Vedic psychology course. It is also a Hinduism based psychology course. Next to that was Sri Sri University, which came up in Bhubaneswar. As you can expect from the name, it is a university based on art of living organization. And they actually called their course contemplative and behavioral sciences. They used the different word, contemplative and behavioral studies. So this word contemplative was mostly being used in some American universities to focus on meditation, for example. So if there is a focus on meditation, they call it contemplative. Or probably they were also thinking of introspective methodology also as contemplative approach. So this contemplative and behavioral studies course also, it incorporated components from our course, MIT SPS course and Chinmaya course and other components. And they incorporated their own innovative topics. Gradually, this is picking up like this. And gradually, the word Vedic psychology itself became popular. People started quoting, naming their speciality as part of their curriculum vitae as Vedic psychology. So we were very happy to see that the coinage is getting popularized among people. Now, let us come to the title of the conference, why we wanted to. Earlier, the names were contemplative psychology, Vedic psychology, or Indic psychology, integral psychology, and all that. But this time, our inspiration was a course on Udemy and other places where they called it Buddhism and psychology. Buddhism and psychology can be there, and why not Hinduism and psychology? And that course was actually called as Buddhism and Modern Psychology. So we thought, let us try this phrasing, Hinduism and Modern Psychology, so that there is this hesitation to pair these two words, Hinduism and modern psychology, should go. That is what we did in the earlier conference also. People used to use Indic aesthetics, or Indian aesthetics all the time, avoiding the word Hindu aesthetics deliberately. For example, if they want to use, for example, on Alankara Shastra, if they want to talk, they want to call it Indian aesthetics, Sanskrit aesthetics, everything, but not Hindu aesthetics. For example, you want to talk about art, and there is a lot of talk on Indian art, Indic art, or something like that. But if you want to call it Hindu art, there is some amount of hesitation in using such words. architecture, temple architecture is used already, but not Hindu architecture. It is temple architecture is obviously Hindu architecture, but if you want to call it temple architecture, but not Hindu architecture. And you want to talk about artisans, Indian artisans, but not Hindu artisans. So this hesitation on the part of academics to append the word Hindu in front of names of modern disciplines like aesthetics, architecture. Now, for the present conference, psychology. So why not use the word Hinduism and modern psychology? The Hindu psychology would have been a problem because it might give an impression that it is the psychology of the Hindus. It might convey a different meaning that we are going to talk about the psychology of the Hindu population, Hindu people. So we avoided the word Hindu psychology, but we wanted to use the word Hinduism. And then if you generally leave it without modern, there is every scope of misunderstanding that you are creating your own psychology, whatever psychology you want to create, and you want to call it Hinduism and psychology. So we wanted to clearly communicate that we are trying to connect the modern discipline of psychology and the way modern psychologists deal with mind wellness and mind related issues, solutions for them, both from medical side, psychiatric side, neurological side. Actually, that neurological and psychiatric side of mind wellness, people have a hesitation to see it on the Vedic side or Indic side or Hindu side, but they forget that Ayurveda has a huge mind wellness component. And Ayurveda, the way Ayurveda deals with the mind, and the way Ayurveda deals with neurological issues, and the way Ayurveda deals with connections between mind-related issues and neurological issues, has not received enough attention among the modern students of psychology. Modern students of psychology remember only Vedanta consciousness studies and yoga when we talk of any traditional components of psychology. But we want to tell that Ayurveda has a huge psychiatric component also in it. Ayurveda treats mind wellness issues medical through medicines. So it does almost something parallel to what the psychiatry division of modern medical institutes do, medicine courses do. So we wanted to incorporate that also. And again, there is a hesitation to call this part also as Hinduism related. Why not? You know, why not Ayurveda is a Hinduism based thinking. Any student of Ayurveda, when he enters the books, he gets all such things which are actually Hindu. And then it is for some reason avoided. No, it should be Ayurveda course, but not a Hinduism based course. So we wanted this conference to be called Hinduism and Modern Psychology for that reason. And we are glad that stalwarts like Professor Dharamji, Dharam Bhavji, and Kundan Singh ji, Ajit Mathur ji, and many other big figures in the field have come forward to present their papers in this conference on very, very interesting and challenging topics, trend-setting topics of interest for modern psychology. And we are particularly grateful to Swamini ji, Swamini Swapna Vidyananda ji. Actually, she said she would be one of the paper presenters for the conference. Then we thought, oh no, too much. How can Swaminiji be one of the paper presenters in the conference? Then we said, Swaminiji, actually, your experience and your leadership has to be in the form of guiding us, in the form of blessing us. So we requested her conference with her blessing remarks and guiding remarks, keynote remarks, so that we get an authentic Hinduism based view of how we can connect Hinduism to modern psychology. Now I request Swamini ji to bless us with her benedictory remarks and also give a keynote address. If Swamini ji was mentioning that she wants to speak after Dharamji, so if Dharamji is ready,
I'm ready.
yeah. So the Professor Dharam Bhavukji from Hawaii is a stalwart in this area of what they usually people call Indian psychology, and he has he is a professor at a college at Hawaii. Colleges in Hawaii are not the colleges that we see here. They're almost university kind of places. So he works there, and he has got a huge list of publications, both in general academics and also in the Indian psychology related areas. Professor Bhavuk will introduce more about his past work and then present his talk. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
So let's share the PowerPoint first. Sharing, share screen. Then do play. Okay, can everybody see the PowerPoint? Okay, so we'll start with 1 minute silence. So please close your eyes. I will close my eyes too. And I'll let you know when to open. So we'll connect in silence. Please open your eyes. So I plan to talk about two things, theory and method, and then basically talk about how we can do Indian psychological research or how we can build Indian psychological theories and what would be the methodology that we will use. So I probably should have started with methodology, but you will see that when I share with you Indian psychological theory or theories, the method will become obvious. And so I will present a theory of Krodha, theory of karma, theory of self. Okay, so I will not really cover theory of self and theory of karma as much, but I'll spend time on theory of Krodha, And that will help us understand theory the way we understand in the West, and how we can develop Indian theories. And in fact, we already have Indian theories. So don't get me wrong, this is my interpretation, but the theory is really presented by Sri Krishna himself in the Bhagavad Gita. So what is theory? When people criticize theory, they call it the blabbering of academics, impractical ideas. But when we look at it positively, then it's, we often cite Kurt Lewin, who said there is nothing as practical as good theory. And I have become a champion of that idea. Another way of understanding theory is what is published in journals like Psych Review, Psychological Bulletin, American Review of Psychology, Academy of Management Review, etc. But there are also books like Vroom's famous book, Theory of Motivation, 1964. And for those of people in the audience who did not know, that came out of his dissertation. So people who are working on their dissertation, who are in the audience, that's an important work, pay attention to it. Habermas's Theory of Communicative Action. I like the idea of looking at theory as a construct and its relationship with its antecedents and its consequence. So if we only focus on the construct, then we are talking about ideas. But when we look at what causes that construct, that idea, and what is the outcome of that idea, then it's a relationship, and that is one way of looking at theory. Theory serves to explain and predict behavior. And we will see how, when we look at theory of Krodha, it helps. Construct development is an important part. And when we talk about methodology later, I will talk about Lajja and Shraddha and Tapas and other constructs. And those are constructs. And then we can develop theory of, Shraddha or theory of Tapas. And that will be, but that will require a good understanding of the construct itself. Theory is about abstraction, so it does get away from the real world. And we'll see that when we look at a theory of Krodha. Theory helps with generalization and across population and constructs. So with that background, let's jump right into what I'm calling a theory of Krodha, which is derived from Bhagavad Gita verse 2.62 and 2.63. The verse says it themselves there, Dhyayato visayam pumsa sangasteshu pajayate sangat sanjayate kama kamat krodho vijayate krodhad bhavati sammoha sammohad smriti vibhramaha smriti bhramshad buddhinasho buddhinashat pranashyati. So I presented the first part, only verse 2.62 in 1999. I wrote a paper and I called it, a model of understanding behavior and how anger is caused and how greed is formed. It took me 20 years I did use the second verse in my 2011 book, but I still did not call it a theory or did not see the theory. This happened only this year or last year. So one lesson for young scholars is sometimes it really takes a lot of time for us to see an idea that is in front of us. Now, why is this a theory? Remember, I said theory is something that has antecedent and consequences. So in this case, if you look at the top panel and bottom panel together, Krodha is, anger is our construct. This is what we are interested in. What is before anger? The verse says, Kamat krodho vijayate. So Panchami Vibhakti is used to explain causation. So we can see that from Kama, Krodha emerges. The next verse, 2.63 says, Krodhad bhavati sammoha. So what is the outcome of Krodh? We get sammoha. So we have consequence and antecedent of a construct, Krodha. So that is a theory. Now, Professor Triandis even went a step further with his classic study of subjective culture, and he presented distal antecedent and distal consequences. You don't see that a lot, but this is really an important idea because it allows us to see how a number of variables are connected. So the distal antecedent would be what is behind kama, and that is Vishaya Sang, because the verse says Sangat Sanjayate Kama. So from Sang comes Kam. So that is the distal antecedent. I'm trying to speak fast because I have a limited time. And before Sang, in fact, we have another step. So Dhyayatu Vishayan, I'm going to translate. So, Vishaya and Dhyan. So, of course, the keyword is Dhyan, the verb is Dhyan. So, when our Dhyan goes on Vishaya, and there are 5 Vishayas, so you can see how powerful it is, then we get attached to it. So, that is the most remote antecedent of Krodh. But you can also say, if you only focus on Vishaya, Sang, and Kam, then you have attachment is the cause of desire, and interaction with Vishaya is the cause of attachment. So now you can play with this, but since the verses really are focused on Krodha, I think I'm not misinterpreting or overextending it in calling it a theory of Krodha. I can share the paper on theory of Krodha, and you can read the verses, and of course you can read the interpretation and understand it for yourself. So I'll pause here and basically conclude that we have theories that are Indian, that are Hindu, that are Vedic, that are relevant today. Who does not get angry? Who has not felt anger? So, and all the causes of anger. If you look at the consequences of anger, sammoh, smriti vibhram, smriti bhramsh, buddhi nash, pranasyati, anger leads to destruction. If one gets angry and shoots somebody, kills somebody, he or she has not only destroyed the other person's life and family, but also herself by going to jail after that. So it is an important topic. It's a relevant topic. People are looking for solution for it. So we can then synthesize the theory of Krodha with the modern psychological approaches. So in the paper that I can share with you, I talk about cognitive-based cognitive behavior theory, CBT. So cognitive behavior therapy and how that can gain from this theory. Cognitive behavior therapy, by the way, is a wonderful technique, a wonderful concept, but it is far less sophisticated than the theory of growth that Sri Krishna has given us in 2 verses. Now, when we look at theories, so this is straight out of Bhagavad Gita. And thank you for the invitation. So this is your gift to me. It struck me that we can actually take it one step further and call it a theory of Shad Ripu or a theory of Shad Asuri Sampad. All I'm doing here is replacing Krodha with Shad Ripu. Why? Because Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Mad, and Matsara are 6 Ripus. These are destabilizing forces. To stabilize them, to reduce them, we follow Jnana Yoga, Dhyana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga. So if we practice them, then the Ripus are destroyed and we are able to realize the self or Atma Jnana or Atma Darshana. But if we don't do those practice, then those Ripus keep disturbing us, keep destabilizing us. So what I'm doing here is, again, I'm building on the traditional knowledge, but I'm taking Krodha as Krodha is something that is similar to the 5 other Ripus or enemies of human beings. Therefore, I should be able to replace Krodha in that mode. Similarly, if you think about Asuri Sampada, Dambho, Darpo, Abhimanascha, Krodha, Parushyam, Evacha, Ajnana. So those are the 6 Asuri Sampad. Krodha is one of them. Therefore, the other 5 are in the same family. So I should be able to replace Krodha with Asuri Sampada. So now I got a much more generalizable theory which explains how if we don't manage them, it will lead to our destruction. So this is the value of theory. And this is the value of going to our traditional texts. And I approach Bhagavad Gita as, Gita Mata, as Gandhiji said and wrote his commentary on it. And then it gives you the gift. And the understanding then we take to our practice. So I hope you got an idea of what an Indian theory could be. From a theory of Krodha to understanding Krodha as a family of Shad Ripu and Shad Asuri Sampada, and therefore developing a theory of Shad Ripu or a theory of Shad Asuri Sampada. And this is clearly a destructive theory. What is beautiful about this theory is it also tells us how to solve the problem. So all we need to do is follow the money. As in the US, people talk about, if you want to find something, follow the money. So if you follow money transaction, you will go to the source of evil. So in this case, if we keep going left, so Krodh comes from Kam, Kam comes from Sang, Sang comes from interaction with the Vishaya. So we need to deal with Sangha, we need to deal with Kama, we need to deal with interaction with Sangha, and that will lead to solution of the problem. Let's quickly look at another theory, theory of karma. And again, I'm going to put it into antecedent, consequent, and construct framework to understand a theory. So the construct itself will be karma. So what is karma? Well, we got traditional wisdom that says karma is prarabdha karma, sanchita karma, agami karma, vartamana karma. So something that I'm doing right now, I'm talking to you, so that's vartaman karma. Agami karma, something that will come in the future. You will send me email, I will respond to it, we will talk. So that's will be kind of related to what I'm doing. Prarabdha karma is basically unfolding of my samskara from the past. That I'm speaking to you is my prarabdha unfolding. That I will get to know Swaminiji because of this interaction is my prarabdha unfolding. So, the universe is always, guiding us. So that is the construct. If you want to get into more detail of what is karma, you can look at the Jain concept of karma, which is, much more elaborate. You can look at how Buddha or Buddhists, by the way, I don't separate Jainism and Buddhism from Hinduism, so it will get tricky. And that's why I like to call everything Indian, because, so this is, kind of responding to what Nagarajji was talking about, why people have reaction to calling it Hindu. So my position is that I include Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and that is all Indian. And I would also like to include Indian variety of Islam and Christianity. So the construct of karma is really rich. What are the consequences of karma? We already know this. Either it leads to bondage, or the way we do the action, it can also lead to moksha. So the consequence of karma is bandhan or moksha. And what is the antecedent? If you look at verse 3.5, Sri Krishna says, living beings cannot stay away from actions even for a moment. That's like almost like if you have a body, this is sanghat, which is the integration of 5 senses and Gyanendriya and Karmendriyas, it will always act. Interaction of self and Vishaya, which we saw a moment ago, that is what is the cause of action. And then we can add some other dimensions of, since karma, both good and bad actions, always causes bondage. To break the bondage of karma, one needs to, hold on, I can't treat my own power. So, okay, now I can read the PowerPoint. Sorry, I'll shrink it for only for quick reading. So interaction of self and so since karma, both good and bad actions, always causes bondage. To break the bondage of karma, one needs to do it. This is also Ishopanishad verse 2. To break the bondage, karma should be done with equanimity. Samatvam yoga uchyate. Work needs to be done for its own sake, not for the sake of its outcomes. And one should perform the prescribed. So now here we get guidance. Dharmic karma or swadharma. So if we do that, and then action is superior to inaction, and the journey of life cannot be carried out without actions. So we can have a theory of karma. Similarly, we can have a theory of self. So this I'm going to skip now in the interest of time, and we can talk about it later. So now we know there are Indian theories, and those theories come from texts. I gave you an example from deriving a theory from Bhagavad Gita. So what is the methodology? Textual analysis. So go to the Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, Durga Saptashati. And actually, we can also go to the Holy Quran and the Hadith and the Bible. Definitely Guru Granth Sahib. I'm working on a paper from Sukhmani Sahib. So any text. So textual analysis will be the methodology for Indian psychology. We can also do historical analysis. We have one of the longest histories. We can use case method, biographical analysis. We have biographies of saints written. So we can do those. We can do lexical analysis, so which is analyzing the words, and we have a very rich language. So we can go to Sanskrit and then also to other Indian languages. We can also adopt a method which is basically bridging the life world and scientific world. So the life world will be what we learn from the saints, and scientific world will be what we know in the literature. So, and what is interesting is we have both the literature that is coming from classic saints like the Upanishads, and we have living saints. So Swaminiji would be an example of having a living saint among us. So we can look at living people and their life and what is in the text and analyze. We can also do autoethnography. It's a respected method, and I have written papers using it. And we can then use multi-method. So all those would be methodology, wisdom of sense, go through the text, and then let the text go through you. This is from Chinmayanandji. Read the verses again and again, then do the content analysis, textual analysis, testing in personal experience, and then synthesis with other text. So again, I can share with you some papers in which I have used this methodology. And so we can use multi-methods, different texts, different ideas to develop concepts. And so, Lajja, Shraddha, Tapas, these are some of the constructs that I have worked on over the years. So I can kind of go back to the beginning. And so what we have is, we can have Indian psychological theories, and we can use methodology where we are using Indian texts and Indian experience to create theories and models. So I don't know how I'm doing on time, but hopefully I have done in 20 minutes.
Namaste, thank you. That was really wonderful, highly structured presentation of both theory and method, and that was actually paving a very good way for the whole conference. The topic itself, theory and method, is very much suitable for a guidance to the whole conference, because the papers are going to be both on theory and method. Some are going to talk about theory, some are going to talk about method. But sir, you have actually showed very good guidance to all the younger scholars also about how to go about connecting the sources with the actual practice inside the academics, and also inside the practice, inside psychologist practice. Thank you very much, sir. And now I will check if there are some questions. uh, there is a question from Anitya Mohanty. If you are replacing Krodha with the Shadripu, then how can Kama be the antecedent when it now is being including in the construct?
Good point. So that would become, that would be a special case where we will have to. So that would be a special case where the model would shrink, in that we will have Kam and Krodh replaced by one construct. And that will throw some, so it would it will require more thinking about how we are going to then connect it to the next, Smriti Vibhrama, etc., or some moha. But we know from experience that when desire is very strong, what we call passion, then that leads to some more. There is no doubt about it. So say, for example, this is a bad topic, but we are talking about something, so allow me. That's what is coming to mind. Rape is something that has happened in India, keeps happening in India. So the rapist is actually not going through anger. The rapist is going from Kam to Sammoha, Smriti Vibhrama, and Pranashanti. So we can basically remove Krodha and we can still have the model work. We do see that, so that's one example where it could work. That was a very good question. Thank you. And I will need to think through it more to kind of, work out all the kinks. Somebody said how to connect. So bhavuk@hawaii.edu. So I will share the email, and I think you have the email of all the presenters. So, and I'll also share my WhatsApp so we can communicate.
This is from Dr. Jay Gupta. How would you connect this with Western theory of anger and anger management?
I already have done in that paper where I relate this theory with cognitive-based therapy, CBT. So it is possible to do it. Fortunately, since the topic is modern psychology, I get to share that modern psychology has started going from neuroscience to mindfulness and meditation. And that's where we see the connection, that in the connection between cognitive behavior therapy and this model would be that mindfulness practice leads people to separate the thought from the person. And any sadhak would know this. Sadhana helps us get away from this concept of self, which is physical, physiological, or mental. So we create a distance between the social self and the self, the physical self and the self, and therefore we are able to manage anger. So I think the connections are both theoretical and practical.
This is from Purva Sharma ji. Would be grateful if Bhavji could elaborate on how this theory is more sophisticated than CBT.
CBT does not give you antecedents of anger. It basically tells you get angry and you deal with it. Whereas here we see a stepwise, and if you reflect on it yourself, so Nagaraji was talking about introspective process and reflective process. If we reflect on it, we can see in our own experience that we get attached to something when we think about it. To give you a concrete example, I have a car, I drive a car, my car is 5-year-old, I'm not wanting to buy a new car. I don't see any other car on the street. They're just not salient to me in modern psychological terms. The day I decide to buy a new car, I will start I will start noticing those cars. And I know from my past experience, when I bought this car, when I bought a car in 2003, I realized that I had, knowing the theory, I realized I was scanning the environment. And then you get attached to something, you like it, then you want it. And so, and when you don't get it for some reason, then you get angry. So you go to the dealer and you don't get a good deal, you get angry with the dealer. You may not buy that model because you are angry with the dealer, even if it's better than the next one, because the next dealer is giving you a better deal. So the model provides us link to what causes anger and also the outcomes of anger, which is not in cognitive-based therapy.
I think that's all. There are some other questions also, but they are quite general about how Hinduism can be connected to modern psychology, and how universities can be helped, and how we can create university courses and all those things. Those are broad topics that a particular speaker cannot answer as a response to his paper. So now I request Swamini ji to give her benedictory and guiding address to us. Namaste, Swamiji.
Should I start now? Yes? Yeah. And Nagraj Garu, should I speak for about 20 minutes, or how long would you like me to?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? Okay, thank you. Om Bhadram me api vataya manaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Thank you very much to INDICA for inviting me for this conference. When Hari Kiranji told me that he was doing this, I was very, very excited for all the reasons that Nagraj Garu has already outlined in his very comprehensive and precise overview. And I'll be addressing a little more of that. And then Dr. Bhavuk's presentation was just phenomenal. And we need at least a week to listen to him, to elaborate each and every point. But it is very, very exciting, where he has taken the Raga Dvesha psychology of the Bhagavad Gita and traced the whole gamut of human emotions from this standpoint of modern psychology, theory and practice method. And what I would like to share with you today is again a very broad overview. And if it would have had a title, I think it would be From the Freedom of Pursuit to the Pursuit of Freedom. And this is a little bit of a, what is that called, word play, which of course INDICA is very much based on, and people in INDICA very much like that. So we start with the whole thing about what I would like to backtrack a little bit with what Dr. Nagraj Garu talked about. He began by saying, for some reason, there is a certain inhibition to calling things Hindu. We would rather call it Indian or whatever it was. And that inhibition, we very well know, is a prasada, a sad legacy from colonialism. This is very much there, and it is a legacy, it is a psychological legacy of the colonial rule, first the Mughal rule and then the British rule. And so and this is because there is, it is impossible to colonize a culture and colonize people without making them hate themselves. So the word Hindu brings up feelings of self-loath, to put it very, very frankly. There is inhibition, there is a kind of an aloofness to it, and there is self-loath. Because there's no way of colonizing somebody by saying you need me to rule over you because your culture is wonderful, your tradition is wonderful. There's no way. You have to put down, and this constant putting down, starting from Alexander not so great all the way up to not so great Britain, is what is the reason for this. And that is why what has happened as a result of this is that there has been a lot of appropriation of what in modern parlance is called intellectual property rights. We didn't have, that which is a born of the intellect for us is never considered property. Never considered property. It is for everybody. Because what is in your buddhi and what is in my buddhi is because Bhagavan has put it there. The capacity to think, the capacity to come up with something new is not new at all. It is a potential. It is there in everybody. And it is there in, in you, in me, in the various ways in which we contribute in our lives. And so we never bothered right from the start to try to make something as our own, especially knowledge. In the Vedas, there are so many hymns. We don't know some of the rishis who channeled those hymns. The rishi never said, I am giving this hymn. The rishi and the rishinis were what are called the seers, mantra drashtarah. They were the seers of the mantra rather than the authors of the mantra. And so until, so we had to have actually a kind of a waking up on this, including the government of India, when the basmati was grown in Texas and then it was called Texmati, and then they wanted to do the same thing with yoga poses and everything. And so now there is a renaissance and a reclamation of some of these ancient concepts which are now accredited to the authors or the people in the celebrities in modern psychology, Jung, Freud, etc. But everything that they expound is already there in the Shastras, and some of that, that is what I would like to just present a little bit today. The first thing that strikes one about the Hindu tradition is the embracing of the human capacity to desire. This stands out, especially in connection to all other contemporary organized religions, where the desire is seen as something terrible and something that has to be quote unquote controlled. But not so in the tradition. In the same Bhagavad Gita that Dr. Bhavuk quoted, Dharamji quoted, same thing. Bhagavan says, I am in the form of desire. Kamosmi Bharatarshabha. I am in the form of desire. And there is nothing to feel ashamed of. There is nothing to feel bad about having desires. Only thing is we have to read the fine print which comes in the next line. Dharma aviruddha bhuteshu kamosmi. I am that desire that does not go against a way of life that is righteous, a way of life that doesn't ride roughshod over everybody's rights, privileges. A way of life in which I am secure. I as a jiva, as a being, am secure about my place in the scheme of things. and I contribute from my understanding of what there is, what my talents are and what there is for me to do. I can contribute. I respect the unwritten rules, the golden rule of life, that that I have a desire to be respected, and other people also have the same desire to be respected. I have the desire to not be defrauded, and the other people in the world also have the desire to not be defrauded. How to ensure that I am not cheated, I am not lied to, my property is not taken away from me? How do I ensure that? The only way, the singular way of ensuring that is, I don't do what I don't want others to do unto me. This becomes the first freedom. This becomes the first pursuit, which is dharma. The first purushartha, the first one of the freedoms to pursue is this. Because desire is validated, encouraged, there should be a certain way in which to funnel these desires. And that becomes dharma, the first pursuit. If anybody here would like to say, how can dharma be a pursuit? Because I'm not particularly interested in being dharmic, I will say it's desirable. Dharma is desirable indirectly. I want other people to be nice to me. Therefore, dharma comes into the picture. Very, very interesting. And so this is what, this kind of a codification of desire through dharma, the funneling of desire through a righteous way of living so that everybody is free enough to pursue whatever they want, is a hallmark of the Hindu tradition. And then the other unique thing about dharma is we don't say that dharma is some kind of a commandment given by Bhagavan on a hilltop or something like that. Dharma is a manifestation of that very goddess, of that very Lord that we yearn to be one with. This is what dharma is. Dharma is seen as a manifestation of the Lord, not just a commandment. And so therefore this becomes, very, very interesting. It's a holy way of life unfolded in the first portion of the Veda called the Karma Kanda. It's a holy way of life because the more dharmic I am, the closer to Ishvara I am. The more dharma there is in the heart, the closer one is to the whole, to the Lord. Because the less the conflict, the less the chance that the heart becomes a Kurukshetra of various competing desires. And dharma and adharma. It doesn't become a battlefield of dharma and adharma when dharma preponderates. And then what about the other pursuits? We have codified all the things, security-based pursuits, as artha. Artha means security. Ultimately, that gives one security. Whether it's a marital happiness, family life, bank account, a secure job, other things you want to accomplish. All this comes under artha. And this too is a very, very, it's a very psychologically sound, to have the Vedas, the holy teachings, validate the artha pursuits. Why? Because this is something which is basic to the human need. Basic. It's a psychological fact, because we have seen that when children are born, they need touch, they need eye contact. So this is some kind of a this insecurity is a very, very big thing, and so that insecurity comes from a sense of disconnection. And I say sense of disconnection because the disconnection is not really real. It has a certain empirical standing, a vyavaharika satta, but not ultimately real, because the ultimate teaching, which I will be coming to shortly, is that everything is interconnected, nay, everything is just one. And all that is there is you, and everything here is but an extension of you. So therefore, the first portion of the Veda validates the pursuit of security as a logical pursuit for one's psychological well-being. Dharma is definitely for one's psychological well-being. That's why one gets very disturbed if somebody cuts you when you talk, or cuts you as you drive on the road, or says something completely unwarranted. One is disturbed because that basic psychological need has been violated. Same thing with artha. Because the pursuit of artha is a valid psychological pursuit for the sake of a relative shanti and harmony in one's life. And for this, the first portion of the Veda is full of prayers, full of prayers. And the prayers are again to funnel that desire for psychological, validity, that psychological, well-being through artha, through security. We funnel it through dharma. And how do we do this? By converting it into prayer. And so there are, billions and trillions of prayers in the Vedas and also in the Smritis. Give me a sense of security. Give me a sense of wholeness. Everything is there. And starting with the huge elaborate fire rituals, wanting security by reserving a place in a place called heaven. Even that is there. Even that is validated. Yes, I want a place in heaven. Svarga kamaha somena yajeta. May the person desirous of securing a comfortable situation in the afterlife, use soma. Soma was some kind of a plant whose juice was extracted and it was offered into the fire. And because now it is extinct, we can say that soma, so many people wanted to go to heaven, etc. That's why soma is completely extinct. So there is no more soma anymore. And it was pressed out of existence, literally, by the pressing need to be secure not only in this life but in the afterlife. It is validated. Because as long as one has a body, these kinds of insecurities are part of this whole body-mind-sense complex. It is therefore these relative needs are validated for psychological health and well-being. Then after that, of course, we have kama. Kama here means aesthetic pleasures. Things that one need not do but one does just for the fun of it. One has fun doing it, because life after all is not just about dharma and security. There is, especially for a human being, there is a freedom to desire, and there is freedom to think, to imagine, to write poetry, to connect with nature. So many things. And all this is totally validated. All this is something which is there, and even for that there are so many rituals in the Veda, in the first portion of the Veda, for all this. Then finally at the end is one more pursuit called moksha. Not to be confused with mocha, okay? That you get in Starbucks and coffee shops. This is moksha, which you don't get at all, which is already your nature. Moksha from the root verb much, to be free. This freedom is already there, where in the vision of the Veda. The Hindu dharma is nothing but a vision. This vision that one is already what one wants to be. And to attain this vision, to understand and assimilate this vision, there is a way of life. A way of life that is conducive to gaining this vision. A way of life of responsibly following one's desires, which we just talked about. The threefold desires there, the threefold purusharthas, following them responsibly is the way of life that is, talked about for the pursuit of moksha. Moksha is an as though pursuit because one is already free. Free from what? Free from being a wanting person. This is the subject matter of Vedanta, the Upanishads, also known as Vedanta, the latter portion of the Veda. The first portion of the Veda is huge. But when we talk of the Upanishad, Kena Upanishad, 1 page. Kathopanishad, maybe 20 pages. Like this, it is very pithy, short. It is for the person who is ripe for its study. A psychologically mature person. That is for whom the Upanishad speaks. Otherwise, the vision is not internalized. The vision is not even known. It is desired very much. Without knowing, it is desired. Everybody wants Shanti. Everybody wants to be free of something or the other. But neither the pursuit is understood, nor the goal. There is a sadhana, pursuit, and sadhana, sadhya, goal, asambandha, a disconnection between the pursuit and the goal. And this disconnection is again due to having a human body that comes inbuilt with a mind and that comes inbuilt with all kinds of psychological issues. And if we discuss each and every psychological issue, we'll be here all the time. We'll be here not just for these 2 days, but we'll be here, all the time, because the human mind is full of endless kinds of issues. So therefore, the sages of the tradition, the teachers, the seers, and the sages in the parampara, they just had one thing to say, starting with Adi Shankara, that there is an objective reality that we live in. And that objective reality has to do with things that you can see, you can objectify in this jagat. There is an objective reality. I see it, you see it, we all see it. It is there, therefore we see it. This is the objective reality. But then, for the person who needs moksha, who wants Vedanta, who wants moksha, what happens is that there is an overlay of a subjective projection, a psychological projection, and also a transference. And what is the raw material for this transference and projections? The raw material for the transference and projection is what we heard in Dharamji's paper. That is why I wanted him to go first, because then my job would be very easy. So that krodha, these kinds of, whenever a desire is inhibited, it permeates into anger. It mutates into anger. Behind anger is always inhibited desire. I could not get this, that's why I'm angry. And so therefore, all this what Dharamji talked about, this kama, krodha, all these things, they are all connected here. That is the raw material for the subjective projection. That is part of the raw material. And one's own emotional insecurity, emotional immaturity becomes part of this transference, this projection. So one does not see what there is, one sees what one wants there to be. So it is no longer like this. It is there, I see it. No, I see it, therefore it must be there. One of the highly regarded works of Vedanta, the Panchadashi, gives a very simple example. Very simple example. It is, the setting, of course, is ancient India. And then there is a big gem lying in the middle of the road. A diamond lying in the middle of the road. Maybe some robbers were making off with it and they dropped part of their loot and the diamond is there. Two people from opposite sides of the road see it almost at the same time and they make a dash for it. One of them is little quicker, in better shape than the other, and one of them gets it, the other one doesn't get it. So the one that gets it is overjoyed, hugely overjoyed. I got it, I got it, I got it. The other one who did not get it is despondent. And then, of course, this being ancient India, there are always sadhus walking on the road, and the sadhu is walking on the road completely neutral to the gem. Na hrishyati, na kankshati. He does not want the gem, is not elated at the sight of it, does not have any kind of dvesha towards it, nothing. No hatred, no love, no excitement, no anticipation, is neutral. And so, Swami Vidyaranya, the author of the Panchadashi, says that sadhu is trained because of the exposure to self-knowledge, is trained to drop the scales of subjectivity and see the world as it is. This is what makes the Hindu tradition so great. Because it starts off with a relative psychological well-being as its goal, so that everybody lives in a secure way, in a wonderful way, connected way. Everything is connected. And then there are certain duties towards the animals, duties towards the neighbors, duties towards the family, duties towards the nation, duties everywhere you belong, duties towards Bhagavan, which is the source of everything. And so, based on this Swadharma duties and all other manifestations of dharma, Samanya dharma, Vishesha dharma, one learns to funnel one's desires. And then part of this emotional maturity is accepting that I may not get what I want all the time. I may not get what I want. This is a fact of life. Why? Because there are so many people. And then even if I control all the variables that are known, there is always a hidden variable. Expressed in the maxim, there is many a slip between the cup and the lip. So there are many slips between the object of desire and the desirer. And so therefore, this coming to a sense of acceptance is also achieved in this concept of karma yoga. Coming to a sense of acceptance that I may not get what I want. And it is achieved in a wonderful way by talking about the concept of prasada. First you say Bhagavan is the doer. I get some kind of an inner space. Before I identified myself as an actor. Now I have a little bit of an inner space and I see that I am not the agent of my action. Bhagavan is the agent of action. And so the results of action all I do not control. I learn to accept it as prasada. Every Hindu child going to the temple at age 3 is told to put out its little hand and then take whatever comes. If it is a banana, if it is an apple, if it is a banana, you cannot say, Nana, I don't want banana. This is what has come today. This is not banana, this is prasada. And this becomes an upalakshana, a metaphor to accept everything that comes in life, whether you like it or not. That is how the raga dveshas are overridden. But that is, as I said, a partial explanation, a partial ingredient for that subjectivity. There is also another ingredient for the overlay of the subjectivity that makes me distort this Bhagavat Jagat, this Bhagavan's Jagat. And what is that? That is that is what is called avarna. Avarna means a kind of a veiling. We are not talking of the collective avarna, we are also talking of the individual avarna, a kind of a veiling of one's own hurts and pains in early childhood. You know, the Freud is credited with the, Sigmund Freud is credited with the being the father of the concept called the unconscious mind. Our Gauda Padacharya, the grand guru of Adi Shankara, knew this long, long ago. Sa kashayam vijaniyat. Kashayena sahavartate. Know that the mind always exists with the kashaya. Kashaya means sludge. With things that one is not able to accept. With a certain reality of age 3. The burst balloons, the dashed hopes, the parents that were perhaps, the father that was unavailable, the mother that was inconsistent, perhaps the sibling that was mean, so many things. The child has no way to process that because its brain is not developed. And the very primary caregivers that it has to continue trusting are making it afraid. And so therefore, Bhagavan, Mother Maya here puts a veil so that there is that unconscious mind. That this is what is called Kashaya. Samapraptva na vichalayet. Gaining an equanimity, don't go there, says Gaudapadacharya. Go there only in order to gain this equanimity. And the equanimity is gained by understanding that I am not the only one with this unconscious. Everybody has it. Everybody has it. I'm not the only one having this unconscious mind. Everybody has this unconscious mind. And so it becomes a fact, a psychological fact, that the mind always has this unconscious. And the raga, dvesha is there in every buddhi. The Gita says it outright. Sarvesham buddhau raga dveshau vyavasthitau. But you have a say over not coming under its spell. Tayor vasham na agachet tau hi asya purushasya paripanthinau. Very beautiful. And so therefore, these two things. One is the avarna on the individual level. That I don't know what are my triggers. This is avarna. This is coming from the unconscious mind. And then the other vikshepa. Therefore, I project the anger in places that often doesn't belong. That's the vikshepa. These two become the ingredients for a subjective perception of the jiva, oneself, of other jivas, of the jagat, of everything that I see, the manifest reality, and even Ishvara. This is very, very interesting. And so, therefore, what does Vedanta do? That's why Pujya Swamiji, my guru, Swami Dayanandaji, used to call it super therapy. It picks up where therapy stops. Therapy stops at an appreciation of your background. But here, Vedanta is super therapy because it allows you to drop the subjective perception called by Adi Shankara as adhyasa, incorrect perception. And of course, the stock examples given for this incorrect perception are, we know very well. Rajju Sarpa. This is an example of the rope snake. The rope is mistaken for the snake because it is not clearly seen as the rope. So too the I, the self, is mistaken to be unloved, idiotic, a failure, a loser, because the I is not known as that which is one with Bhagavan. That is how this adhyasa is explained. So what is the remedy? The remedy is to withdraw this adhyasa by doing upashamana to the unconscious. The unconscious is Bhagavat Srishti. You just don't come under the spell, that's all. But then the whole study of Vedanta Shastra, in conclusion, I will say, is to withdraw this incorrect perception. How is that done? It is done very, very beautifully. It is done through the appreciation of the entire Jagat, first as Bhagavan, and then the appreciation of oneself as Bhagavan comes later. And so everything is Bhagavan. You Ishwaraize, so to speak, the whole universe. And so how is that done? That is done through a conscious adhyasa. That is much better than an unconscious transference. So the antidote to the unconscious transference is a conscious transference. You see everything as Bhagavan. And then you see Bhagavan in a small stone and call it Mahavishnu Saligrama. Saligrame Vishnun Dhyayet. There is a Vakya there. And what is this? Whether it is Kayikam Karma, if I take this small little stone which has a little spiral in it and then call it Mahavishnu and bathe it, physical karma if I do, or if I do dhyana, if I say Om Namah Shivaya, it is one and the same. What is going on is a conscious, deliberate projection or transference. How? Because Nikrishta Vastuni, in this small lowly piece of stone, Utkrishta Vastum Adhyaset. This is what one does. One actually sees Mahavishnu in a small stone. One sees Lord Shiva in the mantra Om Namah Shivaya. This is something which is very beautiful. So through this conscious transference, on what? Not on something that can give you counter transference, that can talk back and defend itself. No. On the altar that is infallible. If one has a transference, it is a very, very, very safe transference, because that transference is absorbed, just like everything that is limited is absorbed in that limitless. That is why prayer and other manifestations of bhakti, bhajans, etc., one feels one with the whole. And through this, and through the study of Vedanta, one learns to have a sound psychological perspective, a healthy psychology that is very necessary for the pursuit of oneself as the truth of the whole, as the truth as limitlessly whole. And this is very, very beautiful, because we come from the freedom to pursue, the freedom of pursuit, and we count the purusharthas as 4. And then what? And then it ends up in the pursuit of freedom. The 4 become 1. How can the 4 become 1? The 4 become 1 because the scales, the cataracts of subjectivity have dropped from the front of the eyes. The 4 becomes 1, and that 1 is just you. And I will close my address with these words. I'm so excited about this conference, and I see that there is a lot of wonderful people here, and I wish this conference every success. Thank you very much to Hari Kiranji and to INDICA for inviting me to be part of this. Thank you so much. Om Tat Sat.
Namaste, Swamini ji. Thank you very much. Pranams. Harikiran ji has joined the conference, and he is in England now. Because of time zone difference, we expected that he may not be able to attend, but he is so eager to watch you that he joined the conference. And I don't think there are many questions. These questions, some questions that are there are not really intelligible. Insecurity is unknown. How does one fight within oneself to explore the unknown? So I'm not able to understand what this insecurity is unknown. So if you understand, please.
Yeah, I think perhaps the questioner is talking about the unconscious. Like when the insecurity is unknown, what to do at that time, Hey, don't worry, it will become known. The unconscious waits to come out when you are in close relationship, when you are in a relationship of trust. So if the insecurity is not known, please get married if you're not married already. Then immediately the insecurity will be known. Because then, then one will say, oh, where did the significant other go? What happened? And, so this way the insecurity becomes known. So the insecurity is there. That is why you're asking the question. It is there for everybody. And that is how one feels. One can Bhagavanize, Ishwarize that insecurity. Because everybody has it. It is not my fault. It is a gift of Bhagavan. And then that means what? It is there for everybody. So I don't have to feel bad that I have it. This is just amazing. And so therefore slowly we come out of it. First we make it understood, and then even if we don't even if we don't experience it, it is there. It comes out as a trigger. When one is angry, when one is sad, naturally the insecurity comes out. Okay. Yeah.
And Subhash Yadavji says psychology, it appears, does not differentiate between mind and consciousness. But Vedanta does. How does Vedanta distinguish between mind and consciousness?
That is a wonderful question. Yeah, mind is really, the only thing you can say about the mind in Vedanta is never mind. That's all you can say about it. Because the mind is not, the mind is nothing but consciousness. Consciousness is not the mind. Consciousness, we say, is the isness, the amness of you. That is defined as consciousness. When I ask you the question, are you here? You will say, yes, I am here. I am, yes. I exist. How do you know? Who told you that? Did you consult somebody? No, I know I am. This is what we call Satchit. How long are you here? Are you here now? Now? Yes? Yes, yes. What is the length of now? The length of now cannot be measured. It is timeless. That is what is Ananta, Ananda. This is what it is. And so therefore, this is, when you say I am, that means you, that is your witness, you are the witness. That is consciousness. That is what is consciousness. The mind is a place where this consciousness is, quote unquote, as it were, reflected. This is what the sages talk about, pratibimba, reflected. And then, so it's a place where it's a receptacle where this consciousness is understood, recognized, reflected. But the mind is what we call mithya. Mithya means it is not an absolute reality. Consciousness is the only reality. The mind is an as though superimposition upon this consciousness, without making any changes to consciousness, like even this pot is, as though superimposition on clay, without the clay undergoing any change. I hope that is clear.
Yeah. Swaminiji's talk has inspired many questions. Purva Sharma ji has a question. Can Swaminiji give examples of how Carl Jung has usurped? She is a fan of Carl Jung, and she is surprised to know that he has taken from Hindu scriptures. She wants to see examples.
One thing, this is very, very nice. Carl Jung read the Ramayana, and he said that in a place, in a land where God can cry, it's a psychologically sound land. The people there are psychologically wonderful. Because, Rama cried. Sita was away, and, Sita had been abducted. And so Rama was like a madman. He hugged every tree. He was, in fact, the first tree hugger in history, Lord Rama. And then he cried. He asked every tree, have you seen my Sita? And cried. And seeing this, Carl Jung said, when what we call God is not outside of the gamut of human emotions, it's a psychologically sound culture. And he was right. You know why? Because in a culture where crying is validated, it's validated because everybody has it. There is no reason to not, to question it. And if everybody has it, it is Ishvara Srishti. And that is what psychological health is: learning to live soundly with both feet planted in Ishvara Srishti. And what is the cataracted vision? That is called Jiva Srishti, one's own creation. And that is what is not advised. And then Carl Jung also had, in the Hindu tradition, the whole, as I explained, transference is very much there. Counter transference is also talked about. And there, and we see this in the Upanishad bhashyas, when we have scholarly dialogues with Apurva Pakshis, there is counter transference, there is all this is there. And so like this, we see this, there is a lot of things that Carl Jung took from Hinduism. It is just amazing. A very great thinker. He was a rishi.
There is a question from Badri Krishnanji. How can all this help in handling psychopathological issues like Down syndrome, bipolar, schizophrenia, etc.?
Yeah. So, in the Hindu tradition, we learn to Ishwaraize those conditions. That is what. Because usually we find that people with Down syndrome, the ones who have it, they are in Ishvara's Jagat, they are how they are, they seldom have problems. I'm not talking of general ups and downs, but more or less, the people who are around them have more problems with them than the people themselves. And so, therefore, there is the need to look at these, what we call aberrations, within the psychological order. The order of the psychological order, which is a manifestation of Bhagavan, is so vast that it includes disorder. What we call disorder or aberrations are included within the psychological order. That is what makes for a very healthy theory and practice in the Hindu tradition. It is just absolutely amazing.
Nantusha ji, admiring your talk, is saying, can we say then that a lack of self-knowledge or witnessed consciousness is the cause of all the psychological issues that the present society is facing?
The short answer is absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. That is the ultimate cause. But that doesn't mean that there aren't other relative causes. And that's why I gave the whole idea of managing the raga and dveshas. We talked about that. We talked about, pursuing things with compassion, with clarity, with dharma, all these things. So, on the relative level also, there is a certain upashamana, there is a certain resolution needed. And only then the absolute resolution is possible. That's why in the Taittiriya Upanishad, the same sentence is repeated twice. Na bibheti kadachaneti. The person who has Ishwarized the entire Jagat, starting with one's own body, mind, sense complex, has no reason to, no reason to fear, because one is with the whole. One is with Ishvara. And one has acknowledged Ishvara and has invited Ishvara into one's life, and so therefore there is no reason for fear. And then the same sentence is repeated a little later, slightly differently. Na bibheti kutaschaneti. This is the person with Vedanta. The person who has no cause for fear, because there is only one. There is only himself or herself. There is only oneself, and so therefore there is no cause of fear. So we don't gloss over the relative and only go to the absolute. The relative has a place, and then after that relative is mastered, then we turn to the absolute cognitively.
Oh, amazing. So many questions. Swamiji, you have inspired them a lot.
You can
I
email
think
them to
we
me.
cannot take all these questions.
Yeah, you can please email them to me, Nagaraj Garu. I will respond to each one of them.
We will connect you with Swamini ji. She will answer all your questions in email, friends. There are questions on fate and free will. There are questions on why mourn if everything is God's will, and there are so many other questions. Okay, so thank you very much, audience, for such a great interest and enthusiasm. Your questions show that there is such a, and the attendance also today is so big. That shows that there is such an immense interest in this topic of how Hinduism has sources for modern psychological topics. And thank you so much, Swamini ji, pranams,
Thank you.
for this inspiring and wonderful talk, a blessing to all of us. We will now move on to the papers. The sessions with papers is going to begin with a paper from a wonderful young and dynamic professor of psychology working at IIT Mumbai. He is an inspiration to even seniors like me. He is actually pioneering in contemporary methodological research into the psychological topics within our scriptures. Even we take guidance from him in such aspects, and he applies contemporary psychological methods to study the psychological issues in psychological topics from our scriptures. Professor Ashish Pandey is going to talk today on two case studies from the Indian psychological studies. Professor Ashish Pandey, over to you.
Dhanyavad, Professor Nagaraj ji, for very, very kind words. I'm a student of many of the presenters here and many of the probably the audience here. So it is just a humbling experience. Whatever I have, whatever I'm going to share is actually the teachings of the teachers like Professor Bhavuk and Professor Rajan Gupta and Raghuji and so many others. So thanks very much for giving me opportunity for sharing some of the work of late I have been engaged in. Let me start with the presentation. The title of the work is Can Yoga-based practices, can yoga be the foundation of organizational and social transformation? I'm a student of organization development or human resource development. That is like the first field of mine where I kind of educated and got my degree and did my research at MDI Gurgaon. So, and then, so for a few years, I was working in this field of organization development, organization climate, etc. And then moved towards the research in mindfulness and yoga last few years. When we look at the research in yoga and yoga-based practices, we find a lot of work at the individual level. So whether it is a physiological manifestations or psychological manifestations of yoga. So psychological impact of yoga are still scarce. We have a lot to know. There are a lot of interesting unanswered fundamental questions waiting to be discovered and waiting to be examined. But still there is some work. And certainly there's a lot of work at the physiological impact because that is most evident, and the existing paradigm of science is, the predominant paradigm is analytical, positivist, and all field actually want to look, in order to look like science, they want to adopt analytical research approaches, and which is very good, and it has actually really helped in making the world convince about the potential of yoga. So we have thousands of studies on the physiological impact. Dr. Shirley Tellis of India, Dr. Virambali, and the researchers in the S. Vyasa and Nimhans, they have done really fantastic work in establishing the different aspect of physiological manifestations, positive manifestations with the yoga-based intervention. My background is being more in organization development and HRD. And there's also a need to look at yoga in the context of organization, in the context of society. So that is the genesis of this research project. about social and organizational transformation. If we look at so in the two case studies, first I will talk about the social organizational transformation, and then I will talk about the social transformation. Organizational transformation, we did a case study in a port in Dhamra, and we did a field work, extensive field work. Our PhD scholar, Shri Raju Adit Agrawal ji, also that has become eventually his PhD work as well. So we looked at how one organization which faced a major crisis, it was a relational crisis, it was a crisis of the industrial relations, actually bounced back, and the healing process. So they actually turned from a very negative climate to much more positive climate, much more cooperation in the organization climate. So that's what we observed in our field work. And when we looked at the organizational literature, we found a concept called organizational healing, and we could connect that what was happening in this port was the process of organization healing. So organization healing is a process of repairing and restoring the social relationships of the organization after any crisis. This was the port acquired by a corporate, and then some of the people whose land had to be given up, government acquired, and this it was the land of many farmers were acquired in the process of establishing the economic zone. So there was a sense of hurt, and many of them also became they had to become employee in that organization, or became small-time contractor in that organization. So there was a sense of angst and hurt, which was a very important factor in creating that unrest. And there must be many other factors. So I'm not going to discuss all those, but what actually happened was a crisis resulting from the disruption in the relational framework. And the healing process was about repairing and restoring the social relationship. Healing aims to restore the organizational function and supporting the colleagues, restoring the organizational processes. So that's what actually happened in the healing process. Healing involves both resilience as well as growth. So we have to live through, and then also growth is the sign of healing process. For organizational healing, Pauli's work is there, and Pauli and the colleague identify 4 factors: empathy, interventions, collective effort or organizational involvement, and leadership. All 4 factors are equally important in organizational healing. Because empathy, because that's a cement, that's a very basis. Empathy has to be there in the interactions, in the culture. Then only healing can take place. Collective effort means healing cannot be done just by fixing one aspect of organization. So if we look at a 2x2 matrix of Kane Wilber, where he talks about subjective, objective, collective, and an individual, organizations can be looked at from that angle. And then in organization, we see individual subjective experiences like values, beliefs, attitude. There are some individual objective manifestations at behavioral level. Then there are collective systems which are verifiable, which are objective. Organizational structure is a verifiable thing. ERP you implement is a verifiable thing. The technology, the production setup, the sitting arrangement, all those are the collective objective aspect of organization. And then there are collective cultural aspects, which are shared values, beliefs, and norms. Healing requires intervention at all levels. Actually, OD itself requires intervention at all levels. So the real key thing about the successful organization development, OD intervention, is to pick up the appropriate interventions at one quadrant and carefully examining how even an intervention at the individual subjective level can have manifestations at individual objective level, and how we can use that, and or what is needed at the collective structural level or collective cultural level. So any intervention has to be properly understood in the context of all these aspects of organization, and healing also is also not an exception to that. We require organization-wide intervention for healing, and of course, the leadership is has to be supportive. Leaders have to have, other than empathy, need to have a proactive, nurturing, creative ability to see what is needed in that moment. So our focus when we look at yoga is on the intervention aspect of it. All three are important. I am not proposing that yoga itself is sufficient. All three are important. Empathy is important. Collective effort is important. Supportive leadership is important. What yoga can immensely contribute is identifying the appropriate interventions. If we look at most of the psychological interventions, whether starting from the psychotherapy to psychodrama to gestalt therapy to positive psychological interventions, most of these interventions focus at the Manomaya Kosh and Vijnanamaya Kosh. Manomaya Kosh, which is about the sheath of emotions, and Vijnanamaya Kosh, which is the layer of intellect, raciocination. In Manomaya Kosh, we experience the feelings, we have these feelings, and Vijnanamaya Kosh can be aligned, can be nurtured with the right purpose, metacognitive, right metacognition, सम्यक ज्ञान जिसको भगवान बुद्ध कहते थे, that is the essence, that is the hallmark, that is the kind of manifestation at the Vijnanamaya Kosh which can govern life. Most of the interventions are at the Manomaya Kosh, and few are there in the Vijnanamaya Kosh. In the modern OD interventions, psychological interventions, including positive psychological interventions, what is totally missing, almost totally missing, is the Pranamaya Kosh related interventions, which can enhance your vitality, which can enhance the energy, because the quality and the intensity of the energy you have determines your attitude and the impulses and your decision making, your problem solving abilities, all including metacognition. So the ability for the metacognition also is subjected to my sense of vitality, my experience of vitality. If I'm feeling weak, feeble, unenergized, negative, filled with negative energy, I will not be able to see through the things, and I will not be able to make harmony-based positive decisions. So Pranamaya Kosh interventions are almost missing in the psychology. Most of the so-called conventional psychology literature. And there is some talk at the physical level, body-mind related, some interventions are now identified at the body level. So, but yoga is one intervention which operates, which works at all 5 levels. So that's why we can see that yoga is a candidate. Yoga can be a comprehensive OD interventions. And if it is a comprehensive OD intervention, if it works at the individual, at all layers of individual, we have no reason to disbelieve that it will have impact at all levels of organization. So that's what was happened. This case is about that. There are a lot of models which emerged from this case analysis. Paper is under review, and some part of it was adjudged as the most promising thesis award by MSR division of Academy of Management meeting last year. What we find that yoga-based intervention leads to reduced turbulence of mind, calmness, and that increases concentration, and that also increases recall. So whatever the right things being taught, people are able to retain those. The positive learnings, positive teachings are retained when there is a yoga there to support that intervention, because dharana badh jati hai, and when the dharana increases, dharana gets strengthened, we are able to retain the right thoughts for the longer time. And of course, the niyam and yam are the moderating and very important factors in that. And that's what we found, that it increased the work output, it increased the work quality, and it increased the quality standard for self and team. And that resulted into the impact at the group and organizational work. Those who are in the field of management and those who are have familiarity to the training and development, HRD and OD kind of field, they must be aware that in most of the organization, actually it is difficult to get the best people of yours, a large number of people of yours coming out of their work settings to receive training and to receive the developmental input. Many times even supervisors don't release them. But what we found in this at this site was that supervisors, and I personally talked to at least 60-70 people, and about 15-20 supervisors also were amongst them, who were like leading a small team of 3 to 4 people to the large team of 50 to 60 people. Everybody said that I want my people to go through this program. And this program was designed especially by Art of Living Foundation, and this was called the Harmony program because harmony was needed in that organization. And all the supervisors were hoping that all their team members will go through this program. And when we looked at the output before and after, there was a clear kind of improvement. There was a clear improvement at the workplace relationship. There was also a clear improvement at the relationship in the families. So a lot of other problems like addiction related problems or alcoholism, those things also were subsided. These were systematically documented in that case. So this is a real case of organization transformation. I'm calling it real case because organization is considered of people. If people are not healed, organizations cannot be healed. And here in this case, we could see people went through the healing process at the individual level as well, at the personal level as well. And there was a healing at workplace as well. So the relationship became much positive. There was much lesser tendency to find out faults in others. Otherwise, because of this political dynamics, people don't point out each other's mistake and they wait for others' mistake to blow out of proportion so that they can get some political mileage out of that. Those things were actually significantly reduced and those things were reported. So this is one story of the organization transformation. Another case is about social transformation, and the social transformation is this case is based on the experience of 10 villages in the Marathwada region. Few years ago, in 2013-14, when this intervention started, the average income was much lesser. Young people were not willing to stay in the village, and in 6-7 years, there was a significant shift. The water table has come up very much higher. So the agriculture output has increased. There's a lot of organic farming taking place. A lot of youth are now staying in the village. They are contributing to the farming, and all that happened on the foundation of, again, the energizing and calming intervention called Sudarshan Kriya, led by Art of Living Foundation. And this was the beginning. And, if we see that this whole intervention, we can sense that it is not only the yoga intervention. So as the healing requires empathy, it requires leadership support, it requires collaboration. In the same way, social transformation also requires not only yoga intervention, but also requires a sensitizing and inspiring changes. It requires local groups to be formed, identifying the right economic interventions. All that happened. But again, the power of the yoga-based intervention is that people remain connected. So until the pranamaya kosh also goes through the intervention, only conceptual, only economic logic, only social logic cannot keep people motivated. So the leadership development which happened in the youth leadership program, that supplied the leaders, the committed people, those young people. Many of them were suffering from many problems related to addiction or anger and many psychological and psychosomatic issues got addressed, and that built an unparalleled commitment. When person goes through the experience, that is the power of direct knowledge. When people experience, people have this direct knowledge, and the shift within themselves, that result into a very different level of commitment for the cause. And the pranamaya kosh, the life energies, as well as the vijnanamaya kosh, the purpose in life, when they get aligned, manomaya kosh anyway become transformed. So this is like an interesting thing we see, that when the pranamaya kosh are aligned at the collective level, and when youth find the purpose, which is the fuel for vijnanamaya kosh, along with that, their manomaya kosh also gets aligned. And as a result of that, we saw the interventions at the society. Amazing stories. For example, the villagers contributed wholeheartedly with the lot of physical labor involved in making the watershed, the water tank and the watershed project, rain harvesting project. That was very, very successful, and that's why that actually connected those 10 villages, and that resulted into the increase in the water table rise, and then a lot of other economic benefits came with that. But those were not only simple economic social benefit. There was a inner energy which is driving that. So this is one OD intervention, which is a social transformation, which was driven as much by interior inspiration as it was by the external network, external influencing, external conversations. So I think this is I thought, and I'm really thankful to Nagaraj ji and all the organizers who gave this opportunity to share, because we now need to look at, and that is what I would like to urge to the young scholars, please explore these aspects of yoga-based interventions, which are at the organizational level, which are at the societal level, because that's where you will see the impact of these spiritual interventions at the policy level, at the systems level. Wish you all very best. Thanks for your involvement, and thanks for listening, and thanks to all for giving me the opportunity for sharing that.
Thank you very much, Ashish ji. This is really inspiring for all the youngsters interested in Hinduism-based modern psychological research. Ashish ji is always an inspiration for particularly how to implement the research. These two case studies are really amazing. And there is one question, how the input of niyamas was given, was a question by Rekha ji.
So input of the niyamas was given in the form of self-reflection. So instead of asking people follow Santosh or follow Swadhyay, you ask them, what are your challenges? And then people write down their challenges. I end up taking fight with my wife, or I have to get rid of my boozing habits, or all of us have challenges. Then we ask them, suppose I say, okay, what is your problem? And someone says, okay, anger is my problem. So we start, so in both these programs, the conversation is started with what Patanjali Yoga should say here, what is undesirable, what is suffering. And when they look at he hetu, why there is anger? Anger because I get impulsive, I have some judgment, I have some evaluative mind, I have inability to control. Then comes the Han, which is like, what is your ideal? Would you like to be cool and calm? So what are the ways of achieving that? And then you look at what are the ways of achieving some calmness, what are the ways of controlling anger. And the first Hanupaya comes to our mind is observation. Because I need to find out in which situation I get angry. If I become aware of that pattern, Naturally, I will have more autonomy when I face that situation next time. And what is that self-observation? Self-observation is swadhyaya, self-study, observing ourselves. Likewise, if you look at any challenge in the problem, any challenge in life related to development, that can be traced to some or other niyama, that the solution will come from some other niyama. In the programs, that indirect way and the self-reflection based methodology was adopted. That's why it could connect to the young people, because a rational mind, they don't want to start with what is best. They want to start with, I know the best. So we have to use their knowledge, their reflection to drive them towards. And these are like, ये तो शाश्वत सनातन नियम है, मतलब जीवन में, विश्व में कहीं भी किसी ने भी डेवलपमेंट किया होगा, उसने ये 5 नियमों का पालन किया ही होगा, उसने स्वाध्याय का पालन किया होगा, उसने संतोष का पालन किया होगा. ये तो सनातन है ही, लेकिन हम उसकी सेल्फ रिफ्लेक्शन से पार्टिसिपेंट्स को वहां तक दृष्टि अगर दे सकें, so that becomes their own discovery. And when they think that, okay, and now I see that, they tend to follow that.
There are other wonderful questions from Akash Sharma ji. There is a question that probably takes a very long time. So we will connect you, Akash Sharma ji, with Professor Ashish Pandey ji. He will answer this question. The question is how to implement this for school students. So that it will be a long answer. So let us take that up separately. Professor Ashish Pandey will guide you, Akash Sharma ji. Akash Sharma ji is running a startup. So he wants your help in executing this program for school students. Thank you very much, audience.
I'll say only one thing. Akash ji, we have implemented it in IIT. And recently, I had a good fortune to get the invitation from IIM Ahmedabad to implement that in their course. So if it can be implemented in IIT and IIMs, it can certainly be implemented with much ease and a lot of impact in the schools. So I would love to connect with you on this.
Thank you very much, Professor Pandey. Now we'll move on to the next paper by our senior guiding spirit, pioneering Sri Raghu Anantanarayanan ji, who is an expert in immersion practices, immersion workshops, laboratories for transformation. This paper is a joint paper of Sri Raghu Anantanarayanan ji and Sanjot Pethe ji. This is about inner journey of a hero, and this is in response to Joseph Campbell's inner concept of hero's journey. Sri Raghu Anantanarayanan.
Thank you very much, Nagaraj. I would like to first of all thank INDICA and all of you for designing such a fabulous process. Yeah, it's long overdue. Yeah, can everybody see the screen? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll go straight away into what we are talking about. What we have looked at in this paper is to first of all contrast the word hero with the word dhira. And I'm not a Sanskritist, so I don't know if dhira was the original word that then became hero, which is quite possible, right? And we have in this paper contrasted it with one of the most famous ideas of the hero's journey, which is Joseph Campbell's work. Yeah, so we'll first look at what Joseph Campbell has to say and how he has come up with his framework, and then I'll go on to talking about what we have done. See, Joseph Campbell has put out what he calls the monomyth, where he's taken a lot of mythological stories from across the world and worked out what he has looked at as the meta structure behind all these stories. I'll show you his framework in just a minute. And he calls this the single framework in which almost all the stories of heroes are based. And he also uses the idea of a metaphor. So, in a sense, he says the external journey is the internal journey, because what he describes through the mythological process that he studied is the external journey, like the journey of Ulysses or whatever. That becomes the primary thing, and then he compares it with many mythologies. He's very influenced by Indian mythology, brings in stories from the Mahabharata, talks about Krishna and all that. But there are many issues around this which have been brought out. We'll come to that. This framework is been so widely accepted that many films are designed based on this. So it has a big influence and an impact in the way people think about heroism itself. And obviously there are some problems when an achievement-oriented external picture becomes the defining picture. And in a sense, this also adds to many of the Western approaches of looking at the measurable, looking at what can be seen and so on. And we all know, I mean, when you study psychology, you know that the impact of people like Skinner and so on have almost banished the idea of the self from psychology, though there are lots of other people like Jung and other people who've been influenced by Indian work. This is kind of, though Joseph Campbell himself is very highly influenced by Jung's work, there is a tendency to get stuck within a particular Western framework. Now, one of the people, Maureen Murdoch, has actually challenged Joseph Campbell, saying that his entire monomyth story is highly masculine. And apparently there was a dialogue between Maureen and Joseph Campbell where he said women don't have to go through this journey at all. And Jean Houston has also criticized him on this. The other criticism of his work has been by a person called Tolkien Barre, who says that Joseph Campbell has taken a set of stories that fit his thesis and used it to talk about it in great depth. Yeah. The other important thing we have to look at is that Joseph Campbell does not look at myth as mithya. It doesn't look at myth as a lie, because he's written quite a bit about it and talks about myths to live by. And he says that the subjective understanding of a myth and the kind of energies that this myth can unlock is a very critical aspect of life itself. Yeah, and we will look at some of that because I think he's influenced heavily by Jung's idea of the archetypal figures and archetypes. So that's an important part of our work also. The other criticism that Joseph Campbell has made of the lack of mythology in one of his books, I think it's Myths to Live, The Masks of God, if I remember right, where he clearly says that the world war that happened in Europe was because the mythological aspect of life was pulled out, first through the Protestant ways of looking at religion, and secondly by the Renaissance that happened, where the scientific was privileged over the inner processes. However, we also have to remember that Joseph Campbell was one of the maybe one of the first people, along with people like Alan Watts and so on, who started this whole thing of spiritual but not religious. So what happened because of that is that the link between a spiritual practice and a heroic journey, I think, was lost. And I don't remember him speaking very much about the practices involved in such a journey. So it then becomes a description of an external journey. You can write stories about it and hope that these stories evoke something within the person, but it doesn't give you a scaffolding through which you can approach this whole process. Yeah. Now, this is very quickly the way he has looked at the journey. The journey starts with what he calls a call to adventure. So if you look at the Star Wars story, it's very, very clear how Luke Skywalker and all of them, are asked to go on a journey. Then they go to a particular place, which is like at the edge of the known reality, where there is a coffee house, a small restaurant where they meet very strange people. And then the journey goes into an adventure of the unknown. And of course, when they go into the journey of the unknown, there are people who come in, there are helpers along the way. And one of the very key figures in the story is Yoda. And there is some people who've said that Yoda is, really a yogi who comes in and teaches and so on. So there's a certain transformation that this hero goes through. And after this transformation, he atones with many of the psychological unresolved parts of himself, what Swamini referred to as the kashaya, right? He resolves that, and then he comes back with a new way of dealing with reality. And in the case of Luke Skywalker, he takes away all the technology that is there for him and relies completely on his intuition and shoots this missile that kills the enemy ship. So that's the broad pattern. And while you can talk about this whole thing as being a metaphor, when you look at these films and when you read some of these stories that are based on this, it actually evokes more of an achievement-oriented understanding of heroism. And this kind of an achievement-oriented idea of heroism is also something that is fed by the idea of colonizing, the idea of going and conquering somebody, the idea of defeating somebody in a way that is completely physical. Yeah. Now, what we have done, Sanjot and I, is to look at this from an Indic perspective, right? Particularly, what we've done is we've looked at the Dhira's journey as a sadhana. And a sadhana is fundamentally different from a journey. A sadhana is a process of taking this prakriti of ours and seeing how this prakriti gets transformed through a number of practices. And for that, we have drawn our inspiration fundamentally from the journey of Nachiketas. And Nachiketas is referred to as the Dhira. And I'm sure most of us here know about this story, where Nachiketas starts by telling his father that what his father is doing is not dharmic. And he questions his father. So his father reacts to it and sends him to Yama because the son asks, what are you going to do with me? You're supposed to give away everything into the yajna. So the yajna, the fire, the whole process is very central to the whole story of the sadhana. And we find that the word tapas in the Yoga Sutra refers to how one is going to look after and tend the three fundamental fires in oneself. the fire of the body, the fire of digestion, and the fire of dhyana. So the boy goes, meets Yama, he's given some boons. The initial ones he uses to placate his father. He's offered all kinds of great gifts. He refuses them and says, I would really like to understand the truth. And in the whole process, he gets transformed and he is given back his life in a new form. It's a very beautiful inner journey and completely based on a spiritual process. Yeah. The second inspiration we have taken, or this is more than an inspiration, we've actually based the entire process on this. There is one very critical sutra in the Yoga Sutra that talks about Tasya Saptadha Pranta Bhumi Prajna. So this is talking about 7 clear steps that a yogi has to take in the process of self-transformation. And it starts by saying the first step, which is called Karya Vimukti. It says that the person has to realize that there is avidya, there is the adharma, and I am the source of my avidya and my dukkha. So it starts with not from an external call, but from an internal self-realization. And this then moves the person through the 7 stages that it describes. So it describes then Chitta Vimukti, then Adhikaram, Vivekam, Guru Shikaram, Astham, Atitam. So it goes through those steps, and we have taken that as the fundamental process that we describe in the paper in more detail. The other story that we are using is the Mahabharata. And it's extremely interesting the way the Mahabharata looks at the entire process. And S.N. Datta has said that one has to read the Mahabharata in the framework of Sankhya. And he talks about Vyasa as the Buddhi and the Mahat. And all the characters that have come out from the Mahat, which is exactly what the Sankhyan story is. And if you look at the story of the Pandavas, what we find is that they act in the world, and some of their actions are dharmic, some of their actions initially are not dharmic. Like if you take the encounter between Arjuna and Ekalavya. But what happens is the Pandavas come back every time to ask one fundamental question, which you find in the Gita. They say, in doing what I'm doing, what am I really doing? Am I my own friend or am I my own enemy? And so on. So these questions are symbolized by Vanavasa. So the first building, like the human structure that is created in which the 5 brothers have to live after having come out of the forest, their own house where they live kind of a thing, is a house made of lac. So that burns down, symbolically their bodies burn down and they go into Vanavasa to do serious self-study. And then they create a house which is full of illusion. This too has to be left behind because it creates war finally. And then they go through a very deep process, which includes an extremely interesting part, which is Ajñātavasa. And if you look at Ajñātavasa, the Ajñātavasa is a journey into the shadow sides. And even at the beginning of it, there's a small discussion between Yudhishthira and his brothers. They ask Yudhishthira, what are you going to be so that you're not discovered? So it says that he smilingly says, I will be the king's friend and I will gamble. So the Ajñātavasa is an absolutely beautiful structuring of the shadow self and the shadow journey, where the kings give up their celestial weapons, they wrap it in a dead skin, put it next to a smashana and so on. The symbolism is really beautifully worked out. So that's another thing we have referred to in this paper. And I think this idea that the inner journey starts with a profound concern for the dukkha of humankind is very, very important for us to look at. So what we've done is we've said, if you take the statement yatha yatha hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata, and if you look at each of us as living in a certain space of our belonging, and how this world is being created by us and our actions, each of us has to discover the process of bringing the Avatara Purusha through us into the world. Yeah, and the yogic journey, in contrast to Joseph Campbell, is a journey of dissolving the ahankara. It's not of achievement. And through this process, like some of the things I told you about the Saptada Pranta Bhumi, like when you go into Guru Shikaram and Astam and Atitam, the Prakriti is completely transformed. So in the Yoga Sutra, this is called Prakriti Apurana. So this complete transformation of one's Prakriti allows the divine spark, the Purusha, to shine through, which is what the first couple of sutras talk about, right? And then the process doesn't end there. We have to remember that Arjuna, after getting the Upadesha and becoming a sannyasa yogi, comes back into the battlefield and acts. Except that now he's acting from a completely different Prakriti, a Prakriti that is not given to doubts and so on. And these processes that he goes through in the beginning of the Gita is also described in the Yoga Sutra as someone with Antaraya will go through Vyadhisthana, Samshaya, Pramada, Alasya, Virati, Bhranti, Darshana, Alabdha, Bhumikatva, Anavasthit Tatvani, and so on. So once he finds his ground, which is a completely new ground, he comes in and acts from a dhira. He's completed his dhira journey. So this is how we have then recast Joseph Campbell's journey. We're saying that the first step is to realize that one is in dukkha, and the current bhumi that I'm living in, the current bhumi that I create, is filled with dukkha. And then to say that I am the cause of dukkha. Now, the moment you talk about I am the cause of dukkha, you have to say, let me stop doing actions which are causing dukkha. That's the Karya Vimukti stage. And then you start looking at yourself very deeply. And the yoga process talks about tapas and swadhyaya. So tapas includes yama, niyama, food. Food is emphasized. And the whole way in which I'm living has to be re-examined, and every interaction becomes a point for swadhyaya. So whether I'm interacting with people in Maitri or not, for example, is a point of swadhyaya. How am I dealing with objects around me? Vishayavati pravritti. That's another point of swadhyaya. So a lot of suggestions are given in yoga of how this process of swadhyaya moves. And as you progress through swadhyaya, you come to, at the end of the second chapter, pratyahara. So here I have really come to that point of understanding how I'm reinforcing my outer bhumi, the current bhumi of dukkha, and I'm really ready for dharana, which is to observe oneself and observe the world from a mind that is not colored by avidya. This process enables me to encounter my own inner processes, the Samudra Manthan. And Samudra Manthan is again the fundamental meta structure for the Bhagavad Gita itself. And through samyama in myself and in all of life, I come to Viveka Khyati. When I know how the Purusha and Prakriti are different and so on. And at this point, I can really listen to the voice of Krishna. I can listen to the Apaurishaya voice till this Viveka is reached, one's not really listening to the other voice. And then, of course, you start understanding how
Raghuji,
the
sorry to
divine
interrupt such a
embodies in
wonderful
yourself, renegotiate entry, and so on, all of which is again part of the Bhagavad Gita. So this is the new structure we are proposing.
Raghuji, are you close to the conclusion of this presentation?
Yeah, I'm through.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Let us see if there are questions. No, I think things are made very clear. Purva Sharma ji, beautiful building up of Tira and Indic perspective of the hero. Kindly tell me the source where one can go in detail about this. Have you published this book? Especially the bit on Agyatwas as a shadow journey. She wants a reference where she can go.
I didn't get the question clearly. It's there in the
She wants
Bhagavad.
to know where this is all available in the published form, where she can access.
My work or Ajnatavasa?
Your work.
My work. I've written a paper which is not yet published on the immersion you were talking about, Nagarajji, about how to look at these and how to work with the shadow and so on. I don't know specifically of any work that is talking about using Ajnatavasa as a very critical part of shadow work.
So, will you be uploading this anywhere to academia.edu or some source where she can access, Purva Sharma ji can access?
I can send it to her, there's no problem.
Yeah, please. Yeah, so
I can do
Purva
that.
Sharma ji will connect you with Raghuji and you will be able to access it. Now we'll move on to the next paper by Dr. Vijendra Kumar SK. It is about Shakuntala beyond the victim of amnesia. Vijendra Kumar.
Gurubhyo Namaha. Namaste to all the co-panelists and audience. My paper today, Shakuntala, Beyond the Victim of Amnesia. Srinivas, kindly share the screen. I am working as assistant professor and counselor at Center for Counseling and Career Guidance, PS University, Bangalore. Shakuntala, we know, is a popular love story between Dushyanta and Shakuntala. And Shakuntala was cursed by Durvasa, and she had to lose. She lost her ring also while going to meet Dushyanta, and Dushyanta couldn't recognize, and he refused to accept her. There's a story in Mahakavi Kalidasa's Vijnana Shakuntala. And so here, Shakuntala was victim of Dushyanta's amnesia. So Dushyanta lost the memory of meeting Shakuntala and union with her through Gandharva marriage. But Shakuntala was the victim who suffered silently. But of course, later she got magical support and divine intervention. Okay? That's a different story. But the original story was in Mahabharata, Adiparva. The original story is a little bit different. It is not so romantic and Shungara oriented. It is a very dry, that's what they say, the critics, the dry romantic story. In Mahabharata, Shakuntala was he meets Dushyanta directly. And after the child, months, she was highly assertive, resilient, and optimistic person who believes in human exertion. She does her best to make Dushyanta aware of the dharma and his duties as a husband, father, and duty-bound king. So the dialogue between Shakuntala and Dushyanta is very, very interesting and very significant also, in terms of to understand her personality. So go to the next slide. So here Dushyanta first proposes Shakuntala to marry because she was also Kshatriya and he was also Kshatriya. And it's a Savarna marriage. It's okay to get married. And she accepted his proposal, but with condition. So what is the condition? She said, the son that shall be begotten on me shall become heir apparent. This working is my fixed resolve. If you grant this, then let our union take place. So anyone sees this dialogue, the transaction between the Shakuntala and Dushyanta, we can easily say she is highly assertive. We don't think that the maiden is innocent or submissive person or not assertive. Okay. So Shakuntala is highly assertive person, and she says it is my fixed resolve. I don't want to change that. And Dushyanta agrees for that, and they got married through Gandharva Vivaha type. And after the union, Dushyanta had to go back to the Hastinapura, or his capital, immediately. Okay. Then what happens here? Let's again analyze. Next slide. So Kanva, the sage Kanva, comes back to ashrama, and he knew that through his spiritual power, the marriage between Dushyanta and Shakuntala, he tells Shakuntala that it's okay. Whatever you got, what the act you have done in secret, it is acceptable. Okay? And the boy who burns out of the consequences is, he will be the great king, and no one could resist, and he's going to rule the entire earth. So till this time, Shakuntala was a bit shy to meet, Kanva, and then she sits next to him and takes care of him, whatever the hospitality to be done for her father. And then she says, could you grace Dushyanta and his governance, ministers, treasurer, the entire thing, his ruling kingdom? And Kanva says, yeah, for your sake, I'm going to do that. And he does that. Then Kanva asks Shakuntala, you also deserve a boon. Then she asks for a boon, Dushyanta and the future Pururavas or Paurava monarchs. Dushyanta was part of the Pururava lineage. Let them be virtuous and not deprived of their throne in Hastinapura for a millennium. So if you analyze this, or if you see the statement of Shakuntala, it shows, she's one of the greatest self-sacrificing person. She thinks in case for her husband and kingdom, her self-sacrificing is unconditional and not demanded by anyone. So if you see cases like Karna was demanded, and then he sacrificed. Dadicha was demanded, and then he sacrificed. Aditi in other cases like Shibi. Okay? There is a need for such support, there is a need to self-sacrifice, and he did it. But here, Shakuntala was unconditional. Nobody asked her, nobody demanded her, and there is no need also. That shows she was, highly selflessness. Selflessness is, not exactly, there is no self or something, but there is no selfishness. There is no selfish behavior or intention in her action. So this shows the maturity in her thinking from the larger future perspective. She has a vision. Her values and her personality is towards that vision. Next slide, please. So after some time, she delivers a boy baby, and they take care of all the sage Kanva, take care of the boys' samskaras, initial samskaras, and the boys he was very strong. After 7 years, he thought it's the best time for Shakuntala to go back to her husband in Hastinapura, and she sent her through disciples, and disciples go with her to Hastinapura assembly where Dushyanta was ruling, and they introduced her to the king, and they came back. They returned. Then Shakuntala tells Dushyanta that he is our son. We got married in Gandharva, and he was our son. You install him as a heir apparent. And Dushyanta refuses to accept her suggestion. He refused to acknowledge her that he got married with Shakuntala, and something like that. It is a very shocking thing for Shakuntala. And what the Mahabharata author portrays here, what he mentions, the fair-colored innocent one became abashed. Grief deprived her of consciousness, and she stood for a time being like a wooden post. So it was a sudden shock, and she became frozen. For a moment, she did not know what to say. It's very interesting to observe here that the exact whatever they mentioned is something like frozen feeling. Whenever we go through apparent immediate shock, some sudden shock, okay, we become like a wooden post. So it is observed in 5,000 years back. Not only this, all the feelings were observed in Mahabharata and Ramayana, it is there. But this is very different from other feelings like Krodha, Kama, or Lobha. This frozen feeling, it is observed in Mahabharata time also. So nowadays we say that it's frozen feeling, and it's part of to come out of the intense fear what we are having, and so it takes time for us to go through it and come to some kind of challenging or defending the situation. So this frozen feeling, whatever they have written, is very similar to what we observe in the present day frozen feeling. Okay. Next slide, please. So Shakuntala was very angry with Dushyanta. She was in a rage. Okay. Almost her rage was to burn the latter, Dushyanta. Okay. So, but she doesn't want to do that. She comes down. She extinguishes her anger through extraordinary effort, through her asceticism. So this shows that Shakuntala is a person who has Chita Prajna, the Chita Prajna quality of what we say in Bhagavad Gita. She was inculcated all those qualities. It is not easy to suppress the anger in such kind of situation, but she was able to do that. Her self-control was unimaginable, and it might have, she got it through her asceticism in that ashrama practice, ashrama lifestyle. She was able to learn all those things. Next slide. Shakuntala. So then Shakuntala addresses the king in anger. She questions him on his truthfulness. She questions him spiritually, philosophically, and guides him to be truthful. So it is not easy for anyone to control their emotions and talk about philosophy spontaneously in the intense distress. But Shakuntala was able to do that. And her speech, if you observe whatever she said, I'm not able to mention here exactly. Those statements are, non-erring, fluent, clear talk of Shakuntala shows knowledge of, and expertise in Vedic scriptures. She had all the knowledge of Vedic Purusharthas. What is Dharma? What is Artha? What is Moksha? And what is inner being? And she was able to present it to the other people in that emotionally ruptured context. It is not easy. It is not easy for any human being who is alone and present this kind of talk to the unknown strangers who have authority. So this particular behavior of Shakuntala is unparalleled. It is not there in anywhere in Mahabharata or in Ramayana. Draupadi comes somewhere near to her, but not exactly similar behavior. So this shows that Shakuntala was highly, we can say that she is an icon of positivity. Highly resilient, self-reliant person who keeps her self-respect par with Draupadi. Okay? Her self-respect is very, very significant. Next slide, please. Next slide. So Shakuntala questions Dushyanta, gets angry with him due to the pain she got during her dialogue. Okay, she was in touch with the pain. Okay. She was left out when she was a small baby by Menaka. Okay. But she did not abuse him. She did not say anything with lewd remarks. Okay. But Dushyanta was very, very nasty and lewd. He was saying some lewd things to her, like a prostitute. This caring and non-judgmental character of Shakuntala has been observed in her speech on Good Wife, shows that she is not just a preacher, but inculcated those values and qualities in herself. So this shows that Shakuntala is an icon of positivity. Whatever the positive qualities one can have in their ideal life, she showed it, she practiced and showed it to the society. Next slide. Next slide. So she continues, no man, even in anger, should ever do anything disagreeable to his wife, seeing that happiness, joy, and virtue, everything depends on the wife. Wife is the sacred field in which the husband is born. Even rishis cannot create creatures without a woman. She explains that how a woman's companionship is significant for a man to find meaning in his life. Shakuntala is proud of herself for being a woman. Here she says, Bharya Shreshtatama Satva. Wife is the best friend for a man. So it is not easy for a person to say this kind of very psychological, empathetic words to the others who are authority figures, okay, in a huge assembly, and during that such kind of distress. But Shakuntala was able to do that. Next slide, please. So I could say that Shakuntala is an empowered person. See, we see many people advise others, kings or the ministers and all. Okay, like Krishna preached Arjuna in the Kurukshetra when Arjuna was in distress. Or many rishis, sages came to Yudhishthira when he was in depressed condition. Or even Rama, Vasishtha preaches Rama. But in all these conditions, okay, whoever got this advice, they were in distress. But here Shakuntala was in distress. Shakuntala was in such a distressed position. She could advise, she could preach others, she could preach the king in such a way that, it is highly significant. So here Shakuntala stands tall apart because of this particular act. With so much of distress, agony, and in front of a huge assembly, she stood for herself and her son, showing how King Dushyanta is not following the dharma, which is something unimaginable and remarkable. It is not done by any other hero or heroine in either Ramayana or Mahabharata or any other Puranic literature. You can't see that. So Shakuntala is empowered in her values. She is optimistic and hopeful. It is not seen in any other entire epic or epic literature or Puranic literature. So here Shakuntala was one of the greatest person, empowered person who is optimistic, hopeful, resilient, assertive. You could say that. Next slide, please. Next slide. So if you imagine the context, then a lone woman is standing in front of a huge assembly,
Dr.
being
Vijay
rejected by her husband, another 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Where she met him only once and united with him. No one's was witnessing that. She tried her best to reach him with dharma. Nothing worked out. Okay. She preaches him how he, as a duty-bound king, not to abandon his wife. That also goes in vain. Then she brings the heart-touching issue of father-son attachment, again making no impact on Dushyanta. Dushyanta still, he does not believe her. He questions her birth as a law and defames her. He also asks her to go wherever she wants. If we imagine ourselves in the context, okay, we would have been helpless or hopeless. Would have been collapsed. Almost go to the extent of, we lose ourselves. Shakuntala was not like that. Still, Shakuntala confronted Dushyanta. After all this, if you are not going to follow Dharma, if you are not going to follow the truth, it doesn't matter. I'm going to quit you. I'm going to divorce you. He doesn't use the exact word divorce, okay? But approximately the same. I'm going to quit and go back to my father's house. But remember, after your death, my son Sarvadhamana is going to rule this kingdom. She ends her statement like this and she walks away. Then the divine voice interferes and there's a different thing. Okay, she asked Dushyanta to forgive her and take her back, and Dushyanta tells what is the reason why he refused to accept her in the beginning. But we can understand that with all this kind of trauma and the shocking thing, Shakuntala was able to stand for herself, defend herself with all the righteous and appropriate behavior, with dharma. She could preach Dushyanta in such a way that nobody has done that. Nobody who was in distress in Ramayana or Mahabharata. Of course, some people do that. I think Hanumanta had done in Ramayana, but Hanumanta was not in distress. Here herself, Shakuntala herself was in distress. She could preach about dharma to Dushyanta. That's unparalleled. It is not easy for any ordinary person to do that in real life. Go to the next slide. So Shakuntala says, before whatever her final statements, you see it working the fault of others, even though they be as small as mustard seed, but you notice not their own flowers, even though they be as large as bilwa fruit. Then she ends with, "O sinless one, I refer to it for example's sake and not from evil motives." She was proud of her being, her origin. And she says her capabilities. I am much capable than you. You are a human person, you are born on earth. I born through celestials. I could go and, I could go to different places like Yamaloka, Kuveraloka, Varunaloka, and or Indraloka. But you can't do that. So it shows Shakuntala has a pride in herself, and also there is humility. She was not arrogant. She was not indecisive in her pride. And it is not easy to be humble within the pride quality, showing the pride as a value. Next one. So we observe that some of these speeches by Shakuntala are the maturity of the person as an experienced guide and a counselor. She provides examples after examples, which comes out of her empathetic understanding and the context. She provides choice for him, either be truthful and accept his son, and continue to be in his denial mode and falling in his works. She provides option. which is not easy for ordinary person to do that, during such kind of intense distress. So some of her demeanor is very difficult to be practiced. There is no evidence in Mahabharata or in Puranic literature about female personalities. Shakuntala is the epitome of a complete human being with all the ideal qualities and values one could aspire to. What we see in Rama or in Krishna, such kind of qualities were observed in Shakuntala. Last slide, please. So Shakuntala of Mahabharata in Krishna Dvapayana version is not a passive, lovable person who has gone through heart-wrenching periods of sufferings due to the amnesia of her husband Dushyanta. She is not a victim here, but self-controlled, mature and optimistic person. She is loving, caring and assertive about herself and her identity. She confronted Dushyanta in a distressed condition in such a way that she stands tall with positivity like a Meru mountain. Shakuntala's demeanor is unparalleled and proves that she is one of the finest human characters of ancient India, probably in our civilization. We don't see such kind of personality in any other literature. Okay. And Shakuntala is the only one person. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vijendra Kumar ji. The earlier paper by Sri Raghu Anantanarayanan ji also delves into Itihasas and Puranas and the characters there and the journeys of the heroes. And there was a question from one anonymous attendee who says Arjuna and all these people are king's children. They are born in riches. How we can apply this to our own counseling? I would like to answer this question, anonymous attendee. Actually, the entire rasa theory, where people are able to get identified, we talk about people getting identified with the character on the screen or on the stage in a theater. It is based on the idea that you don't look at the outer features of these characters like their riches or the costume that they wear or any such thing. The inner human similarity, inner human personality similarity is what works in an audience getting totally identified with the character. Raghuji has conducted several immersion workshops where he has been able to, for decades, he has been able to transform people by making them get into these characters like Arjuna, Karna, and many characters of Mahabharata. He helped the people to get transformed, all because these participants in these immersions, they are not looking at the riches of Arjuna or the outer characteristics of Arjuna or costumes of Arjuna. Same is the case with Shakuntala also. Shakuntala is here behaving like any other woman. It is, and her role just as a wife. Wife is a wife, whether she is the wife of a rich person or wife of a poor person or whatever. So all the counseling that she is giving to Dushyanta or all the analysis that she is doing also is in general about a wife and husband relationship, in general about human relationships and all those things. So there is no such thing as the outer socio-economic characteristics coming into play, particularly because we are dealing with the psychological issues. So with this, we move on to the next paper by Dr. Rajashekhar Krishnanji, Bhagavad Gita as the epitome of Indian psychology vis-a-vis modern psychology. Are we able to see the speaker?
We can see the slide
Yeah, we are
Yeah,
able to see the slides.
and speaker as well. Thanks.
I'm so sorry. So let me begin once again.
Yeah.
So, Om Dakshinamurti Sarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Ramanacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity of speaking at this symposium. The topic is right in front of you. The Bhagavad Gita is the epitome of Indian psychology vis-a-vis modern psychology. And in fact, when I was muted, I was saying that I'm not a trained psychologist, but I love psychology. I'm not an academician, but I love academia. And I am a person who's been in the area of learning and development and coaching in multinationals for many, many years based out of Bangalore. So I, of course, had done my PhD in organizational behavior. And therefore, I bring to bear my experience with practicing managers who, I've always told that Indian psychology or Hindu psychology, whichever terminology we use, is of more value than the current models that are being used in learning and development as well as in coaching. So that is how I'm going to be looking at the presentation. I hope to be able to make it within 15 minutes. So here I go. So the plan of the presentation is that the primary flow is what I hope to cover, and the secondary flow you find on the right side. So primary flow will look at a little bit of introduction and the meta theory of human nature as we find in the Bhagavad Gita. And in the context of the work that I've done, people always look at not any mythological figure for validation, but some figures which are truly historical in the sense that, there are informations available about them across, printed documentation. So I'll be taking Tilak, Aurobindo, and Gandhi as practical examples of their having understood human nature and having demonstrated leadership. And of course, I do hope to be able to look at point number 3. It's actually mentioned as point number 2, as to what Indian psychology can teach Western psychology. And I think that would be a useful culmination if I'm able to run through the presentation well. So here we go. So I have been a student. I also have not mentioned that I've been a student of the Bhagavad Gita for many, many years. And I'm fascinated by the Bhagavad Gita because I find that there are many avatars of the Bhagavad Gita. Of course, primarily we know it as a part of the Prasthanatrayi, where it is one of the 3 fundamental scriptures along with the Upanishads as well as the Brahma Sutra. It is a religious classic, and the Westerners call it the perennial philosophy, like Aldous Huxley says. There is a great, interesting amount of scientific temper and principles which you'll find. Some of the commentators of the Gita who had a background in physics as well as a scientific background have indeed culled out a number of interesting laws which have been stated not in the current modern form, but in a very, very general, inductive way. Then, of course, there are a number of current practitioners who have derived management and leadership lessons from the Bhagavad Gita. But I'm going to be looking at the psychological foundations of human nature, which can be derived from the Gita. And of course, why the Gita is the question that you would ask. So the point is that being a great lover of psychology, and obviously during my practice, I had a kind of disorientation with Western psychology, on which in my tenure during the multinational work, I had to, perforce use a lot of models from the Western psychology or modern psychology, as you call it, which I found did not really work at some level. So having explored psychology in Indian tradition, of course, the doyens of Indian psychology are Professor K. Ramakrishna Rao and
नमस्ते। वो मैंने पता किया, हमने कहा कि गिरीश जी आए क्या, तो खबर मिली कि नहीं आए हैं।
hello, I think you'll have to mute it, Dr. Pandey. So can I continue?
अच्छा, हाँ, तो फिर यहाँ पे कैंसिल करा दें।
Please, Rajshekhar Krishnanji, please continue. Srinivas Garu,
तो सरकारी
please,
रेट है हाँ
mute the speaker.
हाँ
Whoever is being heard now, please mute here.
No.
Srinivas Garu, please mute here.
Okay.
नहीं 4,000 पर डे हाँ
If you could mute the panelists, please, it will help to continue my flow.
Srinivas Garu, Koti Garu, please mute the speaker.
हाँ तो ठीक है फिर हम यहाँ पे कैंसिल करा देते हैं no problem. नहीं पर नहीं ऐसे में
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Professor K. Ramakrishna Rao and Anand C. Paranjpe are the doyens of psychology in the Indian tradition. And they have put together a model of the mind-body complex. It's been put together in their textbook. And the interesting thing is they have not actually given the sources from there of where they have derived the model from, though it is worded very clearly in terms of modern psychology, yet the concepts and ideas are very, very Indian. So I chose the Bhagavad Gita on account of my lifelong study of the Gita to try to map the work of Rao and Paranjpe into the Bhagavad Gita shlokas. And for that, of course, I used the Gita Padartha Kosha, which is available, as well as, of course, you simply can't have a word-to-word matching. You need to have your own sadhana in terms of having understood what the shlokas mean. So the nididhyasam, which is the realization of the meaning of the shlokas, was also a factor. And there is an interesting sort of fact I stumbled upon, which is the equifinality and multifinality of the shlokas and tenets. I'll come to what I mean by that. And ultimately, hopefully, you'll be able to refine the model. And this is the method of modern science, where you have a model and then you try to refine it conceptually or you try to refine it practically. And of course, others, at the bottom of the screen, you find what others could do. So instead of the Rao Paranjpe model, you can talk about personality, you can talk about cognition, emotion, volition, meditation. And there are various Indian scriptures to choose from, because the Indian scriptural tradition has a wide range of scriptures which has a lot of psychological underpinning embedded within. And you can use, of course, the commentarial literature in addition to the Nididhyasa and Padartha Kosha. But the thing here is that you'll have to go to someone who's been a serious student of this, because it is not a matter of just picking up the commentary. You need to have lived the text yourself to be able to really penetrate through the meaning and to be able to transform and translate it for deriving a newer model of applied Indian psychology. So a few more thoughts on the methodology. So we have a number of traditional Indian scripts, and we need to transform the knowledge that we have into flowcharts, diagrams, constructs, principles, and tenets. Because you see, Sanskrit is, of course, a wonderful language, but it is the language where not everyone can become adept, and that there is a need for obviously competent Sanskrit scholars to translate. And what I call transformation is the downstreaming of knowledge, and downstreaming of knowledge is very important when we talk about Hindu psychology, because it should not be seen as something which is arcane and out of touch, which it is not very clearly. Then you will also realize a concept called multifinality and equifinality, which means that one text can lead you to multiple interpretations, and there could be multiple texts or shlokas. Text can be a shloka or a whole text by itself, which can lead to a single interpretation. And therefore, we need to have this kind of fluidity and flexibility that is offered by the Hindu scriptures in mind, because of the fluidity as well as the very vast number of root meanings that these Sanskrit words have. Now, coming to the work that I did, so on the left side in yellow, you would find the model that has been put across by Paranjpe and by Rao. And on the right side is the homework that I did in terms of mapping those ideas to the Bhagavad Gita, using my own sort of experience in having read the text many times, as well as using a Shabdakosh, because it is helpful when you take some keywords and see what are the shlokas which have those keywords. So I will, request the audience to focus on the left side, which is a model. Of course, on the right side, I will be chanting a few of the shlokas or reading out the English, translation of the same. So psychology is the study of the person, the jiva, and of course, you have the shloka which says that Mame Vansho Jiva Loke Jiva Bhuta Sanatanaha and Mana Shashtani Indriyani Prakritisthani Karshati, which of course indicates that the jiva is a part of the supreme and is born, and therefore the study of the jiva is what is psychology. Thereafter, you have this very interesting statement that the person is a composite of consciousness, mind, and body. And we have that very clearly in the, now you can see that the chapter spreads are across the entire 18 chapters. So it's not that the Bhagavad Gita is a doctrine of psychology given from the word go, but we try to create the doctrine in terms of a logical flow. So we have for the second statement in the model that, different are the sense organs, they say, and different from the sense organs is the mind, and different from the mind is the intellect. So therefore, we find that there is a clear description of the different elements, and we are looking at that as consciousness, mind, and body in a more anglicized way. Then consciousness as such is irreducibly different from material objects, including the mind and brain. So you have this very famous shloka, Achedyo Yamadakyo Yam Kledyo Shoshe Vacha Nitya Sarvagata Sthano Racholo Yam Sanatana, which very clearly says that it is not material, therefore it cannot be cut, it cannot be burnt, so on and so forth that we have. Then the fourth element in the model, and the model is very important. So the model next looks at the fact that unlike consciousness, mind is physical and subtle and is subject to physical laws. And therefore we have this very wonderful statement from the seventh chapter, which says, Bhumi Rapo Nalo Vayu Kham Mano Buddhi Revacha Ahamkaram Iti Yame Bhinna Prakriti Rashtada. So Prakriti. So we have very clearly the indication that Manas and Buddhi are part of Prakriti and are not the consciousness per se. So wonderful correlation that we find. And obviously, but the interesting thing is the correlation should be there because the model is derived from Indian sources, but the fact of the matter is that Rao and Pranjbi did not give the Indian sources, and therefore that's what I'm presenting here once again. So mind does not generate consciousness, it reflects consciousness. So we have this very interesting shloka which says, Matta eveti tan vidhi, I am in them. So the supreme consciousness is there within, but natvam peshu temayi, and therefore the mind is not consciousness, but it only reflects consciousness. Then the mind-body complex, the sixth point is the instrument of one's thought, passion, and action. And therefore we have Indriyani Mano Buddhir Asya Adhishthana Uchyate. So it is the locus. Ete Vimohayati Esha Jnanam Avritya Dehinam. So obviously, there's a lot that happens when this mind-body complex is invaded with thought, passion, and action. Then the seventh point in the model is that the mind is different from the brain, and therefore, unlike the brain, the mind is subtle. And this should be a logical consequence from the fact that the brain is a part of the body, and therefore we have the shloka, the 1815 shloka, which says, Shariravang Mano Bhiryat, Karma Prarabhate Naraha Nyayam Va Vipritam Va Panche. This, of course, is looking at the sources of action also, which has been referred to in the 14th shloka earlier on. Then the eighth element that we have in the flow is the mind in association with the brain and body becomes conditioned and consequently is constrained and driven by bodily factors. So we see very clearly that the 15.9 says, or rather 15.8 says, when the Supreme enters or leaves the body, he gathers these senses and travels on with them as the wind gathers perfume while passing through the flowers. And there is someone who presides over this, and therefore the mind and the body and the brain are deemed to be conditioned by the present, life that you have, which is the jiva. The prime manifestation of the conditioned mind is the ego. So therefore, we have the ahamkara, the great elements, which is the Mahabhutas, which is what your body is made of, the Ahamkara, the Buddhi, and the Avyakta, and the 10 senses, and the one. The one is the mind. So therefore, Ahamkara and the mind are all a part of your physicality. And of course, your mind is conditioned by the Ahamkara, and that's a very clear conclusion that we draw from 13.6. Thereafter, we get a very interesting sort of model of the human nature, which says that the conditioned mind is so biased that the truth it seeks gets clouded. So, and therefore, you become deluded, the avarana shakti and vikshepak shakti, which we heard earlier about when the Swamini was talking. So when the perfectly controlled mind, so the shloka is the opposite exactly. So it says that when the perfectly controlled mind rests in the self only, free from longing of all objects, it is said to have got united, to become yoga yukta. Then, of course, the point is that this whole system operates through the person becoming the, gyata, and then the karta. So we have this very famous shloka once again, Jnanam Geyam Parigyata Trivada Karma Cholana, which reflects the fact that in the model, we are looking at a organism operating through these various tools and apparati, if I could use that phrase. But then the point in the 12th element in the model is that self-gratification replaces self-realization. And therefore, we have this, we can correlate it to the 16th chapter, which is on Deva Asura Sampat, which says, bound by hundreds of fetters of hopes, Asha Pasha Shatair Baddha, Kama Krodha Parayana, Ihante Kama Bhogartam Anyaya Sanchayan. So again, a very, very strong sort of indication that the Bhagavad Gita is sort of the nest and the epitome, as we can see. Further on, and I will not now, in the interest of time, be quoting the shlokas, and you can, sort of look at them. So the mind can be functionally, divided into buddhi, ahamkara, and manas, which is what we had looked at earlier. And we have in 14, 15, and 16, the functions that we have. So we have buddhi, which is commonly translated as intellect, is an essential and core component of the mind. And it is, sattva at its best, So the best buddhi is that of sattva, which of course is there in the, 30th shloka of the 18th chapter. And ahamkara is what, creates the feeling of I am the doer. So kartaham iti manyate. So such a wonderful statement that we can correlate. Then the manas is like a central processor, and therefore the mind gets kind of distracted, and therefore we have the tekagra manakritva. Now, I think I'm running out of time, so I will perhaps, run through and say that, we have totally around 27 elements in the model, and all these elements are correlatable to one shloka or the other of the Bhagavad Gita. And therefore, where does this bring us, at the end of, trying to understand the meta theory of human nature? It brings us to the fact that the Bhagavad Gita is a single potent shastra which can be used. And therefore, when we come to the pragmatics, to the personalities, there are three national leaders, who have publicly acknowledged the Bhagavad Gita as a source of inspiration. And therefore, I'm going to quickly take you through the tenets. So Bal Gangadhar Tilak, it's very well known that he wrote the Gita Rahasya. He had rejected the Mimamsa school of philosophy. He was in agreement with the basic tenets of Advaita Vedanta, but of course he rejected sannyasa. That was the reason why it's called Karma Yoga Shastra in his interpretation. And of course, there are various life incidents. I think the interesting one is when he was sentenced, he said, what difference does it make? Because the British have turned the entire country into a prison, and I'll only be moving from one cell in Pune to one cell in Mandalay. And that's an amazing example of being a Sita Pragya. So we see very clearly that, Bal Gangadhar Tilak absorbed the message of the Gita. And of course, the equifinality and multifinality concept is very evident here because his interpretation is different from the traditional interpretations. And therefore, the flexibility that we need to allow for interpretations is deemed to be important in our not boxing ourselves into a framework which is limited by a darshana, but to look at the Bhagavad Gita as a very, very Catholic and very, very broad-based Shastra, which can accommodate a number of points of view. Now, coming to Sri Aurobindo, he wrote the essays on the Gita, and, of course, his was a non-sectarian approach. When I say sectarian, in the sense of being bound by Advaita, or Vishishtadvaita. And he had looked at the whole concept of the Gita as integral yoga. And in terms of life incidents, the famous Uttarapara speech of his is when we come to realize that he had totally internalized and had a visitation by Lord Krishna, and of course his career in terms of the patriotism before his sannyasa, and of course the deep amount of research work and intellectual work he did. And in fact, he's the inspirer of the Indian psychology movement. 36 volumes of his writings are available to us to be inspired by. Then finally, Mahatma Gandhi, his interpretation is in terms of anasakti, which is non-attachment. And, he's one person who was born in a very ordinary fashion, but then he used the Bhagavad Gita to transform himself. It was his constant companion. And one thing that is not known about Mahatma Gandhi is that if you actually cull through his collected works, there are 3,000 pages of Gita material that he has created in terms of letters, in terms of his own translation, in terms of his talks on the Bhagavad Gita. So he's actually more voluminous than a traditional Bhashyakara that we would traditionally think about. And therefore, we have these people who have proved, in other words, that the meta theory that has been culled out for obviously transforming the knowledge. Now, you see, they had internalized the Gita in terms of shlokas, but we are looking at the, in this paper, at the at the Bhagavad Gita as a text which can be used to create models. And therefore, the Bhagavad Gita is eminently amenable to a lot of models that can be created. So finally, I thought I would conclude with my thoughts on Indian psychology, though I'm not a professional psychologist. So first thing is, of course, a standard kind of distinction between Hindu psychology and Western psychology, which is emphasized by reputed scholars. Then the areas where Indian psychology can learn from Western psychology is in fact very evident in this very workshop, where we've had content analysis being done, and the single case study of Gandhi and of Tilak and of Aurobindo has been presented. And you have some rating scales which have been created, like the Mysore Triguna scale, which looks at the Sattva, that is tamas, way of looking at human behavior. So I think there is while there may be disagreement from a very, very scholastic level, a very, very fundamental Sanskrit Bhashyakara level at doing this, yet this is what I call to be important in terms of transforming Indian psychology from being locked up to being downstreamed and to being popularized. Of course, this helps to create models. Another way that we have seen is to use the story of Shakuntala or the story of Nachiketa, which is the anecdotal method of through stories. And when we read the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, we don't need to be given actual lessons in psychology, but we simply absorb the psychology from the behavior. So you have two ways. You have model and you have anecdotes. And the traditional Indian way has been simply textual absorption and anecdotal, but we can obviously do much better than that with this knowledge that we have. And finally, my take on what Indian psychology can teach is, deham naham, koham soham. Koham soham can happen when you have manolaya and manonasha. And that is when, you can be a kind of fully charged person. Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu yoga yukto bhavarjuna. So this is the message of Hindu psychology, which is everybody with their own natures, with the control of the mind that they can generate, can be yoga yukta in their own professions at all points in time. So with that, I end my presentation. I'm sorry I ran through some part of the presentation, but that was in the interest of time. But I think you would have been able to appreciate the model in terms of its relevance in current times. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rajesh Krishnanji. It was a wonderful presentation, wonderful analysis. The application of Bhagavad Gita for contemporary psychological practices, particularly in the area of OB, in the area of organizational management has been very old, decades old in management colleges, and people are doing it a lot in several areas. But your focus was not such a management focus. It is generally a personality development and other areas, and it was comprehensive. And really, that last slide where you were talking about how modern psychological methods can be applied was really a great value addition. Professor Ashish Pandey has developed some questionnaires for karma yoga analysis, and there are many other such scholars in contemporary Indian psychology who are using contemporary psychological research methods to bring our sources, Hindu sources, into modern psychological understanding. Thank you very much, and we will now move to the next paper by Mrs. Mausumi Debroiji. It is on happiness and peace for householders, lessons from Yada Gita.
Thank you, sir. And I'll be sharing my screen now. Is it visible?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible and you're audible.
Namaste and a very good afternoon to one and all. And I thank INDICA for providing me this opportunity to present my paper today. And to begin with, I'm a novice in this field, a young learner. And my interest with both the subjects, psychology and Hinduism, is not much old. It's only a year old. And still, I took this step and I humbly tried to pen down my views on this topic, which I'm presenting, as you could see, under the title of Happiness and Peace for Householders. And for that, I'm going to refer to Veda Gita. Actually, this is the Vana Parva, Adhyaya 210 of Mahabharata, which is compiled and edited by Pandit Sri Rama Ramanujachari. So I'm going to refer this. And Veda Gita is a name which has been given by the later scholars. It is the Markandeya Parva, where sage Markandeya and Yudhishthira, they are having a conversation, and Yudhishthira is asking sage Markandeya to explain to him more about dharma. And the name has been given by Kishori Mohan Ganguly. That is the KMG section of the Mahabharata. He was one of the first to have translated the Sanskrit Mahabharata into English. And with this reference, I would just try to explore the analogies, between a text which has been composed a few millennia ago, and with this topic that is modern psychology, which officially came into existence in the late 19th century. So to begin with, I'll just take you back to Veda Gita, where we can see it's a story. It starts with an anecdote from, it's a story where the Brahmin Kaushika was sitting under a tree one day, and he was chanting the Vedas. He was a very learned person, learned in Vedas. He had left his home, and he had old parents at home, but still he came in search of knowledge, and he was sitting under a tree and he was chanting the Vedas. When he felt disturbed by the birds on the tree, right? And what he does is he, casts a glance out of his anger, and he burns the bird into ashes. And for a moment, there was a feeling of remorse. But then again, he goes forward in search of his alms, because he was now making a living out of, going from home to home collecting alms. And he meets a housewife who asks him to wait for the alms till she goes and prepares alms. And while Kaushika was waiting for it, her husband enters the house, and he was exhausted and tired, and he's come from his work in the afternoon. And so the housewife started tending him, giving him food, and then comes to Kaushika to give the alms. And he was very angry. He had already burned the bird into ashes, and now he tried to do that. He was threatening and was saying, I'm so much learned, and this is how you treat a Brahmin who's asking for alms. And the housewife, she says, I know that you have already burnt a bird into ashes, and don't try to do that with me, because what I do is dharma. I follow my dharma every day. And so I suggest that you, maybe you may be very learned, but still you need to go to Mithila, to the butcher or the Vyada, who is known as Dharma Vyada, and to get some knowledge about what is dharma. So with this context, we see that Kaushika, he goes to Mithila, and on the way he meets the butcher or the Vyada. And here we can see that it is unfolding various aspects of human emotions, which is governing one's feelings, thoughts, and behavior. Okay, so what we see is that, even though the person, the Brahmin, was so learned, who was well versed, yet he was not able to control his emotion. And not only that, he extended the emotion to an extent that already caused destruction. And it's also learned gradually. As we will see that, he abandoned his parents, and they were in a miserable state. They were crying for him. He did not inform that he's leaving. And we also see that all small things are bothering him. He did not have the resilience, patience to wait, or to just forgive the birds who were bothering him. He could not be absorbed in the work that he was trying to do. On the contrary, we can see that he was always overwhelmed, and we will also see that he was quite judgmental about his views, especially we see when he meets the Vyada, and he would say that, you are a Vyada, and how come you have so much of knowledge and that I don't have, it seems. So from that, we can see that his views were judgmental, and he was not at all in control of his emotions. Now with this, we would like to compare the modern life, right? Today, see, we talk so much of mental health issues, right? Like it is also like a major pandemic, it is spread across all the cross sections of the society. I would like to know what could be the possible cause and the trigger. And also, there's another question that whether this is a modern problem or not. This is another question, or it existed since humans came on this earth. So, and it's also, is there any cure, any remedies that has been prescribed in the Vedas that we can make a comparison with with the modern theories and therapies? If we see in the modern context, we see the humans by nature, they're social beings. We all know we are social beings. But now, due to different changes in the environment, the socioeconomic factor, political factors, many things comes up. And then we see there is a drift from the joint family to the nuclear family, where most of the parents, they're working, they're having children, either they go to the creche or they're at home in charge with some person. And you see, even at the workplaces, they are facing a lot of challenges, right? Which is ultimately contributing to the emotional and mental health, their well-being. And here we also notice that, in the desire to... Yes, sir.
There is some disturbance coming in your audio. It must be probably because some other audio device is also on, or something like that. There is audios. There is a jar in the voice.
Is it okay now?
No, it is still there. It is still there. The noise.
I'll just see if I just close my fan or switch off my fan.
I don't think it's your fan. It is basically some response to your voice itself from the device.
Now is it clear?
Yeah, it is. It's okay now.
Okay, thank you and sorry. And we also notice that now we are in a chase to, or a desire to achieve more of the tangible. So man has forgotten his ties with the intangible, and we have lost connect to our inner self. We don't know actually what are we trying to do. We see others doing, so we want to do it. So even if we consider for the parents, for the children, everywhere we see there's a lot of competition, not for the betterment of the self, but it is for, with others. So that is not bringing any peace to us. Rather, it is a reason for our, all the problems that we create for ourselves, and it is finally leading us to, depression and dejection. All these things we are expressing, and whatever we are expressing is only the tip of the iceberg, if you see, because the entire uh, emotion still remains buried because we're not in touch. We are unable to know about it. So we can see that there is a downward spiral of this unhealthy affects, and we feel like we are left out, and we are hopeless, we are lonely, we are helpless. And also, if we consider the modern society today, and especially in this pandemic where we have been just secluded out and we are all alone on ourselves, and the uh, you can say the social support and the family support also, it's not that prominent as it used to be before the pandemic. And also because of the nuclear family, we have also separated a lot. We are all busy with our own selves. And to move out of these appalling situations, what we can do to ourselves, either we live a life of dejection or we have to visit a therapist and to see how we can come out of it. And here I'm going to refer to three eminent psychologists, as we all know: Sigmund Freud, Carl Rogers, and Albert Ellis. And I'll try to make a comparison and, compare and contrast between their theories and what is there for us from Veda Gita. And when I do that, we talk of Freud. So his theory, it talks about the ego and the superego. He believed that there are three levels of mind: the unconscious and the preconscious and the conscious. And the conscious is which is in connection with the surrounding, that is getting all the external stimuli. And he referred the idea as the unconscious, which is most primitive, and it is the place of desire and pleasure, and it exists since we are born. The superego is the moral center of the personality, which contains the conscious, and it is responsible for the moral anxiety, especially when we do something wrong. So we think what others are going to think about us, what the society is going to think about us. So, and the ego, it is trying hard to put a balance between the idea and the superego, and it's always putting up plans to satisfy both, but sometimes it might fail to reach the equilibrium. So the theory of the interplay between the id, ego, and superego has been also explained by with the reference of a horse, a chariot, and the chariot driver's father, where id is the horse, ego is the driver of the chariot, and the superego is the chariot driver's father. So the horse, it wants to go wherever it wants, and the superego, the father, is directing that which is the direction you should follow. And it is the ego who is trying to satisfy both, trying to put a control so that they can move in the correct direction, but sometimes it might also fail to do so. And it is very surprising that in the chapter 6, verses 22 to 25 of the Veda Gita, we see the same reference of the chariot as the physical body, the jivatman, the charioteer, and the sense as the horses. So it states that an excellent driver is the one who knows how to patiently control the reins of the horses. And when the mind is overpowered by any of these senses, so then there is a problem. And that is the time that we don't know what to do. We become overwhelmed, and person loses the ability to reason. And it is something like a ship which is tossed in the high seas by the storm, and there is no control. And in this contemporary world, when we talk about the circle of anxiety, stress, and frustration arising from the different spheres of life, we can well connect that when the connection between ourselves is lost, we are unable to control the situations, right? And that is because we don't get into touch with our emotions. We don't want to get in touch. We hardly know how to get in touch. We are not self-aware also. But if we are able to do it and express our emotions in a balanced way, then we can control the situations more efficiently. And this sounds somewhat very close to Daniel Goleman's Emotional Intelligence. He wrote a book, and which is very much applicable in the corporate world. And it predicts and analyzes the employee's performance, and we can see, therefore, there's a close knit between what has been said many thousand years ago and today in the application. We can see it's still being in use. Okay. And we also realize that when we are in control of the emotions, that is, the deeper the sea, the calmer it is. And we dive into oneself, our own selves, instead of looking outside for solace. If we look into inside and try to find out what is the trigger that causes the emotion to be expressed in such an unhealthy way, and we are, understand ourselves better, we try to empathize others, and instead of criticizing, we try to be more empathic. And if we do so, we will be in congruence to our real and the ideal self, and that will lead to the path of self-actualization, and ultimately it is going to add to a peace and contentment. When I talk of Rogers, we know he was a very eminent humanistic psychologist, and he defines a fully functional person as the one who does not need to distort or deny the experience. What is the fact? He accepts it as the fact. And this acceptance of the fact is very crucial in the healing process in a therapeutic setup, because that increases the congruence between the real and the ideal self. Now let's understand what is the real and the ideal self. The real self is who I am, and the ideal self is what I want to see myself as. So if there is a lot of difference between the two, so that is the time that we undergo all kinds of unhealthy expressions of emotions, and we're not able to control ourselves. On the contrary, the person will feel safe and is able to look into even the darker sides if the person is in congruence with the self. Such a person will be able to empathize and will hold unconditional positive regards for others, so that the person is not going to judge others. So they're going to take the person as it is. And that helps a lot in the therapeutic setup when we talk of the humanistic approach of Rogers, which is famously known as the client-centric or the person-centric approach, which helps the client, to get in touch of the emotions and the triggers which causes the emotions. And as human beings, we need to understand that we all are fallible, and acceptance of the individuals as they are, and maintaining the flexibility of the thoughts not only give boundless joy to the person who is doing so, but it also strengthens the bond between the other individuals. And that is very important when we talk about the householders. So because there are different setups in which a householder functions in the home, the small children in the school, and offices or other workspaces. And so that is very important that there is a very strong bond between the other members, and the one who is aware of the feelings, thoughts, and actions is also able to decipher the genesis of action one undertakes. It knows why it's doing so and what might be the reason. And self-review also helps the person to move ahead in the right direction. Having said this, if I refer to chapter 1 and verse 3 of the Vyada Gita, it states that the serious spiritual aspirant will stop taking notes of others' faults, that is unconditional positive regard, and desires only for the well-being of others. When we hold unconditional positive regard for others, we will empathize with that person. So, and those who refuse to acknowledge their own faults, they just end up achieving nothing, especially happiness. They cannot achieve happiness. Chapter 3, if we refer to verses 3 and 7, it describes a virtuous person as the one who could subjugate self-referent desire, anger, arrogance, avarice, and crookedness, and takes pleasure in dharma. The essence of the Vedas is truth, and the essence of the truth is self-control. And the essence of self-control is abstention from the material indulgences. And it sounds similar to the congruence of self, which has been referred to by Carl Rogers. And for me, it seems that the therapies appears as a replication of our ancient wisdom. Talking about Albert Ellis and his REBT, that is the rational emotive behavioral therapy, we see it is grounded in the idea that people generally want to do well in life. But at times, there are irrational thoughts and feelings which comes in the way. And if one gets influenced by it, then they are not able to proceed further. So that is what we see for REBT. Now, what we see is that now there is a model in REBT. We call it as the ABC model. What is that ABC model? If we try to understand the ABC model of REBT, we see that A refers to the adversity of the situation or the problems that triggers one, and B is the behaviorism and hence the consequences or the feelings that one experiences. Usually we want to say that because of a circumstance, this is the feeling that I am undergoing, but we tend to forget because of the circumstance we do have some irrational beliefs, and that leads to the consequences, that is our feelings that we express. So we see that there is a direct connection between what is happening, and we also understand that it's the external factor, it cannot be controlled. Sometimes it is beyond our control. We are not able to control the external factors, and what can we do? We can change our irrational beliefs. We can try to rationalize and see it from a different perspective, and that will probably make us understand that the beliefs that we are holding were probably irrational, they were probably illogical. And again, for that, one needs to be aware of oneself. So we see that if we can think in a positive way, we are able to modify the experiences that we are going through. Else, we will fall prey to all kinds of negative feelings of anxiety, stress, depression, and in severe cases, it could push a person, to self-harm or even, to substance abuse. So the ability to look into the situation from a rationalistic lens and let go, something that is detachment, and being in the present, we often stay either in the future or in the past. It is going to promote our internal peace and happiness, and that is very now.
You lost connection with your audio, ma'am. Your audio got disconnected.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And we also see a person who is self-reflective, one who can sit and think what led to the consequences.
You're winding up, ma'am, soon.
Yes, I'm winding up. Yeah, just 2-3 more minutes. It explains how verses 1 to 5 of chapter 5 of the Vyada Gita, it explains how one develops attraction towards a particular object of pleasure and then strive hard to get a greater magnitude, strive harder for the greater magnitude and then get indulged in them, and then that leads to an attachment, and when there is anything that threatens it, and then that leads to illusion and all kind of negative feelings. Chapter 10 of the same verse 10 of the same chapter says that one who is able to skillfully discriminate between the happiness and misery, respectful to the principled people, and who is inclined to dharma, such people are insightful and always garner the qualities to remain unfazed. Here, when we compare again with the story of Kaushika, we see it holds a very close analogy to the modern life. Obsessed with the material gain, a person forgets the duties and responsibilities of a householder. In this case, it was the son who abandoned his parents. And sometimes we also think, like that wealth, the money can substantiate for, or any materials, object can substantiate for the relationships or the various emotions. The others who are closely connected with that person undergo, it can substantiate, and that is not actually what happens. And learning from these verses, he couldn't control his anger, he couldn't control his frustrations, and we see the same is happening in with the people in this modern world also. And even though we are learned, we are not able to understand the emotions that we are going through. Now, what could have brought the butcher and the housewife? How could they be at peace? And the answer perhaps lies in the fact that they've maneuvered their lives in the path of dharma. And what is the dharma? It is the duty and responsibility one shoulders by virtue of the position in the different spheres of their life. It is not performed in the quest for a return. And the moment a person is able to dissociate oneself from the effect of the result, one gains immense peace and comfort. So I understand from Veda Gita, it explains the importance of executing duties and responsibility. Similarly, the various theories and therapies speak about the self-awareness. The more the self-aware we are in congruence with ourselves, we become a fully functional person, and we are able to move towards self-actualization, and that kind of a person is always at peace and capable of maintaining the tranquility. And in the last part of the Veda Gita, it suggests, the butcher suggests the Brahmin to go back and serve his parents. And that is very much like we are missing in this modern world. We have lost the connection with not only our inner self, but also with the ones whom we can hold as our support. So what I understand that the modern theories are the, we can say they're replication of the umbrella term of dharma as described in the Veda Gita. And there's a striking analogy between the Hindu scriptures and psychology, and it cannot be overlooked. And for me, it appears that the modern knowledge, techniques, and application is somewhat, we can compare to the parable that old wine in a new bottle when we compare it with the sayings of Veda Gita. And I would conclude that ancient Hindu texts and practices with a distinct approach to questions, analysis, and therapeutic solutions have connections to the ideas covered under modern psychology. And with that, I would conclude, and thank you. Sir, I'm done with it.
Okay, next presentation is mine. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so can I start, sir, or shall I wait for Nagaraji?
Yeah, I am back. There was a pause. Okay. So please go ahead.
Okay, I've been learning this morning, and it's my time to contribute. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the presenters before me. So this is on, I'm looking at Om. Om, the symbol of Om, not the sound, but the symbol. And my final presentation is, the culmination is Who Om I. The contents of this presentation have been derived from 5 Bindu Upanishads, from prior art, from the scriptures on the symbol of Om, from Gaudapada Karika, Advait masters, what they have said. And I have a subject, I have a curiosity, and this is the presentation I would like to, it's a provocative picture. Where is Om in the body? And why should I look in the body? Well, everyone says outside it is all Maya, Mithya. The Upanishads say, Kabir says, you have to find it in your body. So I ask this question, where is the symbol of Om in the body? Not the sound. The relationship between sound and symbol. Are we overlooking something and we are concentrating too much on the sound of Om, but ignoring a tool? The hypothesis I give is it's a neural map. So here, as we see in this picture, it fits in properly in the skull. It's not, it may not be convincing as yet, but I move to this proposition where I say how the symbol of Om is actually a neural map, and it explains the neurology and also the spirituality, the theology. So here I say, hello.
We are not seeing the map you are talking about.
Oh, is the screen not visible? The screen share did not happen. What is it? Just a second. Were the earlier screens visible?
Not yours, sir.
Okay, then the screen share button I did not press, looks like. Is anything visible now? The screen share?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Now that's like, wait. Is it visible now?
Yes, we are able to see.
Okay, I'm very sorry.
You can go to slideshow probably if you can.
Yes. Let me go back to the front one first, right? I mean, I hope maybe this was also not visible. Is that so?
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Now it is visible. So the contents are inquiry into the symbol of Om, neurotheology of symbol Om, and who Om I. The method of inquiry is I have taken from my own understanding, my own thesis, from 5 Bindu Upanishads, from Mandukya Upanishad, from Gaudapada Karika, from the teachings of Advait masters. And this is what I say is the picture where the Om fits into the skull. This is an observation. This is not my final offering. And my hypothesis is it is a neural map, the symbol of Om, not the sound of Om. And we have to see both the Naam and the Roop, and the sound and the form. This is the map which I'm saying is the neural map where the Om, every part of Om is activating a certain part of the brain. And this explains also the spirituality and the neurology. There are 4 stages of brain. There are 7 stages of consciousness. There is Vishwa, Tajasya, Pragya, and Turiya. Turiya is the 4th, which is the silence after the Om. Om is A-U-M, and then the silence. So how it affects which part of the brain when we see it in the visual context. Otherwise, Om, I can speak from the mouth, but there is nothing happening inside my body. And that's what I am contributing. So the Om within is made of breath, speech, mind, and beyond. And this first Om within is made of the breath, and the second one is made of yoga which says asan, pranayam, pratyahar, dharana, dhyan, samadhi. I shall be explaining these in the presentation. And here is what happens to the brain. It sets the flywheels of mind in motion, the symbol of Om. This is my offering, that how the Om figures inside. And here I'll be presenting a small video of what happens when I visualize the shape of Om. This is a 4-minute video. It will fit into my presentation. So please take a look as how the symbol of Om configures within the body. And what happens? These are my QEG recordings. And I increase the alpha waves. I select, I'm increasing the alpha waves. These are inducing the delta waves. These are sleep waves. I do this by visualizing. My eyes are open. I am giving the commentary. And here I increase my delta waves. I have gone to the sleep zone. This is done by activating the visual Om and taking the energies to those part of brains zones. This is the Shanti, Shanti, Shanti effect. The gamma waves are waves for intuition. They are the fastest. Visualize. Delta is the last one to go down because delta are sleep waves. That's our foundation. Alpha is focus, it's concentration. SMR is sensory motor rhythm. It is the capability, meaning ability to cognitive ability. Shant. So once the theta goes up, all the other waves get activated too. It is very difficult to talk at this time when theta and delta are up because delta is sleep. This is almost like the person is half asleep, but awake. Gradually activating all the waves. You can see how much difference has happened. This is the power of visual. So now I move to what is the idea of all this? As Raman Maharshi says that all the spiritual activity comes to an end when the purified mind plunges into the heart, then the work is over. So all that we do from the Advait perspective, we plunge the purified mind, not just the mind, but the purified mind. And as Raman Maharshi says, all the rituals and all the texts and understandings is to purify the mind. All the seeker is doing is to purify the mind. And then the plunge happens, and then the work is over. The work is over, meaning the spiritual work, discipline is over, and then another work will begin. That's a new beginning. So Raman Maharshi says that by repetition of mantra, the mind gets control. Then the mantra becomes one with the mind, also one with the prana, because the prana and the breath and the mind have the same nature. And once it becomes one, it is dhyana, it's the state of dhyana. And when the dhyana becomes deep and firm, like they say, like an oil being poured from vessel to vessel, it is the sahaj sthiti or the natural state. So this is the idea of the entire exercise. And as the Guru says, first find out who you are. And thereafter try to change the world or try to do anything, but first find out who's suffering, who you are. And so my offering is neurotheology of Om and the symbol on the right, how Om configures within the human brain. The neurotheology is, I'm saying neurology and theology. When I say Om, it is definitely Hindu mark. But of course, the other traditions also have it. Symbol, and they are also useful. And finally, when it comes to psychology, I have this other trademark registered, Who Om I. So Who Om I is a take on Who Am I, but with the understanding of Om. Now, with this, I come to what is the psychological highest point, exalted existence as per Advait psychology. It is mantra drashta and jivan mukta. These two terms are used. There are other words also, phrases like rajarshi. But here we are talking of, in psychological terms, I find these two words, mantra drashta, as a seer of mantra. And if we are talking seeing the mantra, then the question is we have to see the Om as it is written. So far we are chanting Om, but are we missing something? So to see a mantra, and Jivan Mukta is when I say it is possible with Who Om I. When I understand the Om happening within me, where I can control my own emotions, my brain, my neurology, it should become a state of question and answer, both are there, Who Om I. So essentially, now, how does Advait look at this? When we say plunge the purified mind into the heart, then I see Om, the Chandra Bindu, same as in the Sahasrara, in the heart also, and then the connection between them. So this is the condition. And here the Advait people say that there is an Atma Nadi, which is different from Sushumna. And the Atma Nadi connects the heart to the mind. So there is a difference between yogic philosophy and Advait. And that is important to understand too, because of course, they are all like butter is derived from milk, but butter is not milk. And my final offering is that if there was a word that contained all words, if there was a sound that contained all sound, and if that sound or word had a form, the name has a root, it has a shape. And if that symbol were contained within us at all times, in awake, in sleep, in deep sleep, then look no further, that form is the sacred symbol of Om. Now, when I say this, these are my offerings. I'm not saying these are the only solution. I mean, other people are free to find their question, find their answer, but this is my answer. Now here, my presentation, actually the content is over. If there is time, I have some 10 slides to show. I can take 5 minutes to show them. If not, my presentation is over. So Paturi ji, Nagaraj ji, do I have 5 minutes or the time is up?
Unfortunately, Amitabh ji, actually,
Okay.
we will certainly wait for the further slides tomorrow. If you are going to be there tomorrow also, we will certainly provide time because people are actually hungry and we are moving towards lunch. Already people are late to lunch and we have one more paper to be presented.
Yes.
So this is such an amazing, quite interesting paper. People definitely are eager to watch your remaining slides also. Let us have those slides tomorrow. And now we have Professor Pankaj Jain from Flame University going to present a paper. Professor Pankaj Jain was in the United States till recently, and he moved to India just recently, and now he is a professor at Flame University. He is looking after Indic studies there in Flame University. And he is going to talk about the problems of applying Freudian and other contemporary methods from the perspective of Indic psychological understanding. Professor Pankaj Jain, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Paturi. Thank you, Srinivas-ji. Thank you, Harikiran-ji. Thank you for organizing really interesting conference. And without taking more of your time before lunch, here it is, my presentation. I wrote it some time back, but since the context is very relevant, I thought I'll also present this here. So when we talk of psychology, I think the biggest name that we have is Freud. But before that, we also know that there are several problems of categories as they're applied, Western categories as they're applied to non-Western cultures, from Weber to Parsons to Mill, what all can happen. And it is also called as imperialism of categories. That happens a lot in psychology, also in philosophy, and almost all humanities and social sciences discipline. So when it comes to psychology, then Freud's foundations are the major issues. Now, Freud himself was really inspired or informed by Judeo-Christian traditions in which masculine God is at the top, and that's how his theories are really based on Abrahamic categories. And he was also disappointed and frustrated by religion, and the Enlightenment was happening around the corner. And because of those criticism, those milieu, those ambience, those environment, Freud created his theories based on his severe criticism of religion itself. So when we are applying Freudian categories on religion, or especially Indian cultures, cultural tradition, religious tradition, such as Hinduism, Buddhism, or Jainism, we are really getting into really big mess and big problems. What could be those problems? Basically, there can be two categories of Freudian psychoanalysis. One is what anthropologists such as Gananath Obbesekara of Sri Lanka and Sudhir Kakkar of India, how they have done. They have taken Freudian theories wholeheartedly and have applied on Indian or Hindu categories, Hindu culture, cultural phenomena that have created a lot of issues. Then there are other scholars such as Frederick Smith, Alan Rollins, Stanley Kurtz, A.K. Ramanujan even, and they have at least modified some of the Freudian theories. Then when they applied on Indian cultural issues, cultural phenomena, they are a bit better than Gananath or Sudhir. Right. And then, so I'm really skipping a lot of details because I know I'm very late and the time is very less. So Geertz found that the idea of individual in the Western culture is really different from Asian culture. Clifford Geertz, the anthropologist, almost like legendary anthropologist, better and different than many other anthropologists, because most of his work was based in Indonesia and other non-Western cultures. So what he says is, let's read this: bounded, unique, more or less integrated motivational and cognitive universe. A dynamic. So this is how Western individual is, Western mind, how it works. So this is the definition: bounded, unique, more or less integrated motivational and cognitive universe, a dynamic center of awareness, emotion, judgment, and action organized into a distinctive whole and set contrastively both against other such wholes and against a social and natural background. This is a rather peculiar idea within the context of the world's cultures. So the West, what he's saying, to paraphrase, to summarize, that Western mind or Western human being or Western individual is always kind of in conflict or in dialectics against all the other humans on the planet. That Western human mind is also against the nature itself, the environment itself. So it's really a distinct category that is separate from nature, separate from other people on the planet, right? But what happens to Indian mind? How is Indian mind defined? So Indian mind should be really called as not individual, but dividual, because Indian mind or Indian human being or Indian perspective or Indian personality is divided horizontally. It is not really separated from nature. It is not separated from society or family, but it is dividual. It is always being divided. It is very permeable. It is a very porous boundary, open boundaries. So, for example, Indian child, when he or she is growing up in Indian society, anywhere on the planet, they always are connected with multiple mothers, for example. So the mother-son connection or mother-child connection is not one-to-one. In Indian case, it is one child connected with multiple mothers, in the sense that mother, and then Masi, then aunties, and then maybe older sister, maybe grandmother. So that idea of joint family, even though they may be living in urban areas, but joint family idea is still so ingrained, so inbuilt, so deep into Indian psyche that many of the theories that are coming from Freud, which are based on one father, one child, or one mother, one child, does not really apply to Indian context. So Indian mind, Indian human being is more dependent than independent. So independence, that is hallmark of Western mind or Western culture. Here, the dependence is being celebrated in Indian context. So the dependence and multiple connections, horizontal as well as vertical, are making it quite a difference compared to the Freudian theories. Now, Freudian theories do really injustice if we apply wholesale Freudian theory on a, for example, mystical experience. For example, Gananath has done in Sri Lanka. They are calling mystics as neurotic. Freud himself called religious people as all neurotic. They are all psychologically ill. And so whatever mystical experience they're manifesting in their later life, Freudian children, Freudian followers in that lineage of Freud, they are really calling all mystics, all spiritually experienced, spiritually realized people even, they're all neurotic, they're all sick, according to Freud and Freudian followers. But is that so? We know that the mystical experience from Indian theory is really a rebirth of a different kind. Punarjanam is kind of Jivan Mukta state. It's almost like taking a huge new state, almost a new body, new soul, new mind. So it's not really neurotic symptoms that are being manifested when one attains the enlightenment or when one has the mystical experiences. It is just really a rebirth or a refreshment, kind of a renovation of the entire personality. That is what we see from Gautama to Buddha, from Vardhaman to Mahavir, and on and on. Even one of the major last living realized souls, Ramana Maharshi, Ramakrishna Paramahans, they display completely different set of characteristics after they have mystical experience. These are all the people, or all the phenomena, or all these manifestations are completely ignored, ridiculed, or even criticized by Freud and Freudian followers. And Indic psychology, if we can develop such a framework, such a category, it would be one of the major examples of Indic psychology. Probably would be around the Krishna and last Leela. So from Freudian perspective, it would be interpreted in a very physical, even sexual terms. What has been described in Ras Leela from Freudian angles. like Sudhir Kakkar has done it. I think Wendy Doniger and Paul Courtright and others, Jack Hawley has done it. So that is extremely physical, extremely sexual interpretation that are extremely problematic from Indic perspective. But for example, Graham Zweig or other, even Jack Hawley elsewhere, they have taken non-sexual interpretation of Ras Leela, and even Diana Eck has done it. So when they are interpreting Ras Leela, it is really a multiplication of a self that can connect with multiple selves. That is another form of interpretation of Ras Leela, for example, Ras Leela, or even theft of butter, Makhan Chori by Krishna. At one place, Jack Hawley even interprets that in very sexual terms. But elsewhere, other scholars have taken that in a very spiritual, non-sexual interpretation, that it's a love of humans or love of soul towards God, and that is also can be manifested or exemplified by Ras Leela or Makhan Chori kind of examples. I could have gone for one more hour, but in the interest of time, I think I'll stop here. If there are any questions, I can read the whole paper also, which runs into 15 pages, but I really cut short because of the delay and so on. Are there any questions? I would be happy to try to respond to them.
Let us just check. But Professor Pankaj Jain, it was amazing. It was really relevant. It was very much needed in a conference like this. I was worried that Kap's analysis of Ras Leela and all that was not being taken up for criticism by any of the Indic scholars. It is not being sufficiently attacked.
Detailed critique I had, but time was very less, so I just cut it short.
Please do share. This I am telling all the paper presenters. Your papers, all the detailed version of the paper will be published by us as a proceedings of the conference, and it will also be published as individual papers on Indic today. Professor Pankaj Jain's paper, we will the whole detailed paper, Professor Jain, we will publish if necessary as a serial in parts. If it is too big for one single publication, we'll publish it as a serial of articles. But this is very much necessary that we do a critical application of these theories like that of Freud. Youngsters are so enamored by these theories, and they think that a scientific psychological analysis is only when you bring Freud and all these people and blindly apply them to the material that we have. So, Professor Jain, this was really useful, highly contributing, and there seem to be some questions. Let me see if there are. Can you share the complete paper, Pankaj sir? Dr. Pankaj Jain would like to answer this question live. Which is this? Please share contact details of Dr. Pankaj Jain. I will share Daima ji, and there is one Dr. Jay Gupta. He is saying, can you give a reference? Dr. Jay Gupta, reference to what? For which point are you looking for a reference? Any research on application of Jungian types in Indian psychology? Oh, there is huge, Vivek ji. Jungian types is applied to Indian psychology in several ways. That Joseph Campbell's book is also, in fact, an application of Jungian method only. And I myself did my PhD on the interpretation of Indian mythology from this perspective, so we can do that. And Dr. Pankaj Jain is probably providing you the references that you wanted. So please, these are good questions. Vivek ji, we will share all the references of these aspects. Professor Pankaj Jain, please do share your publications. And to all the audience, let me tell you that all the talks of today and tomorrow are going to be uploaded to YouTube. live recordings are already uploaded within next few minutes. You will be able to watch all the live recordings, and edited versions will be uploaded in a few days. So even, for example, people are asking for PPTs and some of the recordings and all that. Even PPTs, I think the best way is to watch it in a YouTube video only. There you will be able to see the whole PPT, right? So if you want a PPT file itself to be shared with you, it has many constraints. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Professor Jain, please keep sharing all these references that you are sharing. That is a great help.
People can send email to the presenters and ask for PowerPoint.
Okay. So if you directly write to the presenters, some of them who have no objection to share the PowerPoint presentations, they will share. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. So with this, today's sessions come to a close. Let us meet again tomorrow at 9:30. Today's papers were organized in such a way that Itihasa Purana topics are all in a row. In the beginning, except the last two papers, the early papers have showed the value of Itihasa Puranas for psychology, for modern psychology. And the last two papers are organized in such a way that there is a neurological understanding of our inward practices using technology. And the last paper by Professor Jain is a very good critique of the contemporary modern psychological methods. Okay, so tomorrow we'll have many theoretical papers which are not Itihasa Purana based papers, but all other theoretical papers are going to be there. Tomorrow's session will begin with Professor Prasad Kaipa's paper, talk, special address. He is a highly successful Hinduism based executive coach, practitioner, and practitioner of psychological organizational management. So he is going to start, and if necessary, we will have the whole day start with the slides from Divakarji, where he is going to present the remaining slides, and then we'll have the talk and then the remaining papers. Thank you very much. Namaste. Om Shanti Shanti.